This meeting of the Berkeley Heights Board of Education was given as required by the Open Public Meetings Act as follows. On June 12, 2025, notice of the Board of Education meeting schedule was sent to the Star Ledger and the Courier News and was also provided to all schools, PTO presidents, the BHEA president, and posted at the administration building. A copy was also provided to the public library and filed with the municipal court. Mr. Secretary, may I have the roll call, please?
Ms. Akiri,
Here.
Ms. Bradford,
Here.
Dr. Forager, Ms. Torero,
Present.
Mr. Dillon,
Here.
Mrs. Jolly, Mrs. Khanna,
Here.
and Mrs. Stanley.
We have a quorum. Please rise for the flag salute.
Of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Adjourn to executive session. Whereas the Berkeley Heights Board of Education seeks to adjourn to executive session in full compliance with the Open Public Meetings Act, NJSA 10:4-6, and whereas the Open Public Meetings Act provides that a public body may exclude the public from that portion of the meeting at which it discusses matters related to those identified below. Matters rendered confidential by federal law, state law, or court rule, individual privacy, collective bargaining agreements, purchase or lease of real property if public interest could be adversely affected, investment of public funds if public interest could be adversely affected, tactics or techniques utilized in protecting public safety and property, pending or anticipated litigation, attorney-client privilege, personnel, employment matters affecting specific, prospective, or current employees. Be it resolved that the Berkeley Heights Board of Education adjourns to executive session to discuss matters related to students and personnel, and be it further resolved that the minutes of the discussion of any of these items will be disclosed to the public when matters have been determined and confidentiality is no longer applicable. May I have a motion to enter into executive session?
So moved. Second.
Mrs. Jolly, thank you. And Mrs. Khanna, thank you. Voice vote, please.
Aye.
The time is 6:02. We will return to public session when we're finished.
know what it was.
Yeah, so this is all.
Good evening.
I don't know what.
System.
The Board of Ed is returning from executive session, so may I have a motion to return to executive session, return to public session?
So move.
Thank you, Mrs. Khanna. I'm sorry, who was second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Mrs. Jolly. Voice vote?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, the time we're returning is 8:36 PM. Report of the student representatives. Our student representatives are on holiday break or summer break, so we don't have that. We're going to move to the report of the superintendent. I will turn it over to you, Mrs. Bradford, for the resolutions, please. We have two resolutions this evening. The first one recognizes our varsity baseball team. Whereas the varsity baseball team of Governor Livingston High School, located in Berkeley Heights, New Jersey, consists of 22 players. And whereas the team is coached by head coach Christopher Roof and assistant coaches James Carrillo, Chris Flynn, Sean Flynn, Matt Rago, Brian Young, and managers include Caroline Donahue and Michelle Espinoza, Syria Iberian, Hudson, McLaughlin, Tim Murphy, and Emily Schmidt. Whereas the varsity baseball team of Governor Livingston captured the title of 2025 Union County Tournament Champions after defeating Union Catholic High School 5-0 at Kane University in the final round. And some of the highlights of the championship run include defeating Linden High School in the first round, 33-0. Governor Livingston High School advances to play Arthur L. Johnson High School in the quarterfinal round. The team advanced to the semifinal round, played at Arthur L. Johnson High School, and defeated Elizabeth High School with a score of 1-0. The Highlanders played Union Catholic High School in the championship game at Kane University. And whereas Governor Livingston High School won the Union County Tournament Championship for the 5th time in school history and the 3rd time in the last 5 years, and whereas the varsity baseball team of Governor Livingston High School captured the title of 2025 NJSIAA Group 2 Central Section Champions after defeating Robbinsville High School 12-2 at Governor Livingston on Thursday, June 5th, 2025. The team's tournament was highlighted by defeated Point Pleasant Borough in the first round, 7-6, and advanced to play South River High School in the quarterfinals, defeating the Rams 12-6. The team advanced to the semifinal round and defeated Raritan High School with a score of 3-2. And whereas the Governor Livingston High School won the NJSIAA Sectional Championship for the 11th time in school history and the 2nd time ever for the program to be Union County champions and state sectional champions in the same season, and whereas the varsity baseball team of Governor Livingston captured the title of 2025 NJSIAA Group 2 state champions after defeating Westmore Central High School by 6-1 at Woodridge Athletic Complex, Woodridge, New Jersey, on Monday, June 9th, 2025. And whereas the Governor Livingston won the NJSIAA Group 2 state championship for the 5th time in school history, and whereas the Governor Livingston High School varsity baseball team has an undefeated season of 25-0. This is the first time a public school has gone undefeated, and whereas the team saw each of its members contribute individually to the team, and whereas the Berkeley Heights Public Schools community is very proud of the accomplishments of this team and its coaches, and now therefore be it resolved that the Berkeley Heights Board of Education members applaud the 2025 varsity baseball team and congratulate the student athletes on an outstanding championship season. And be it resolved that a signed and sealed copy of this resolution to be framed and kept on display at Governor Livingston High School. This date. The second resolution honors our coach. Christopher Roof is an employee of the Berkeley Heights Public School District in Berkeley Heights, New Jersey. And whereas Christopher Roof, head coach of the Governor Livingston High School baseball team, has exemplified dedication, leadership, and a passion for the game throughout his coaching career. And whereas Christopher Roof has achieved 500 wins in his career during the NJSIAA sectional quarterfinal round against South River High School on May 29, 2025. with a score of 12-6, a testament to years of hard work, perseverance, and commitment to excellence both on and off the field. And whereas Christopher Roof also led the Governor Livingston baseball team to the NJSIAA Sectional Championship on June 5th against Robinsonville High School with a score of 12-2. And whereas Christopher Roof coached the Governor Livingston baseball team to Group 2 championship on June 16th against West Morris Central High with a score of 6-1. The team finished their season undefeated, 28-0, which is the first time a public school has gone undefeated in 44 years. And whereas the Berkeley Heights Public Schools community is very proud of the accomplishments of this outstanding head coach, who has not only built a winning program and culture, but has also positively influenced the lives of countless student athletes, instilling in them values of discipline, teamwork, integrity, and sportsmanship. And now, therefore, be it resolved that the Berkeley Heights Board of Education members applaud these outstanding accomplishments of Christopher Roof during the 2024-2025 baseball season. Coach Roof has contributed significantly to the success and reputation of the Governor Livingston High School athletic program, earning the respect of peers, the admiration of the community, and the gratitude of students and families alike. Be it further resolved that the Berkeley Heights Board of Education hereby congratulates and honors head baseball coach Christopher Roof for achieving 500 career wins in his high school baseball coaching career and expresses its deep appreciation for his outstanding contributions to our school community as well as the communities of Berkeley Heights and Mountainside, dated this day. Thank you. Thank you, Coach Roof. Dr. Feltry, anything else for a superintendent's report?
No, that concludes my report. Thank you.
Committee and liaison reports? Anyone? Shall we go around the room? Mrs. Jolly? Thank you.
So I will present the minutes from our curriculum committee meeting dated June 13th, 2025. On the agenda, we talked about the CMS schedule. This is something that was previously discussed with Acting Superintendent Mr. Nixon and Interim Assistant Superintendent Mr. Phillips. It was noted, agreed that the 55-minute periods, are a little long for the middle schoolers. Changing the schedule can result in more in-classroom time for core subjects. Ms. Stanley requested that the administration also take a look at special education as part of their review, as there seem to be some concerns with students coming into 9th grade. Dr. Forager raised a concern with respect to potential restrictions, changing the schedule in the current teacher's contract, so we have to be cognizant of that. Some action items, Dr. Feltry to review Mr. Nixon's analysis. Mr. Kobliska, I think he was to investigate, visit other schools to see how different schedules are implemented there. With respect to special education, potentially explore executive function training for students, and then target to implement changes for the 26-27 school year. The STEM aviation program, this was an email from someone in the community going back to February. It was on the agenda previously, but we didn't have an opportunity to discuss until this past meeting. The proposal was shared with Dr. Curtis, who needs to review holistically across all of the STEM courses. And Dr. Curtis would provide some feedback at the next curriculum committee meeting. But I know that Dr. Marr had, and I'll go back to it, shared an update from Dr. Curtis via email, so I'll just read that after the minutes. Outstanding achievements and outstanding progress reports. We talked about the CMS awards. I think Mr. Kobliska recognized that the determination of the awards could be considered problematic by some folks and raised it to the administration. It's currently based on rubric of student performance, attitude, and effort in class. And the action item here is to clearly define criteria along with teacher input and communicate to families with the target date of January 2026. The GL honor roll, currently high honor roll is weighted GPA 4 point or higher with no class lower than B. Honor roll is weighted GPA of at least 3.75 with no grade lower than a B. The criteria may be unfairly biased towards students who push themselves academically and have high weighted GPAs, but get like a C plus in an AP class, for example. And that would hold them back from ever making honor roll. So the action items, again, administration to review the criteria with changes communicated to families if there are for January 2026. I think there, we also discussed additional hours for curriculum revision for photography 1 and 2. There's 15 hours for curriculum to update the curriculum for digital photography. As we know, our photography teacher retired, and this would help us kind of update the curriculum to include digital photography. I think it's on the agenda for this today for approval. New Staff Institute, this is again informational purposes, 3-day onboarding process. I think previously it was 8 days, but the program runs in August for new hires, includes mentors and ongoing ongoing monthly meetings with the mentors. And they're leveraging feedback from 2nd and 3rd year teachers to continuously improve the process. Planning for professional development for next year. District Professional Development Plan will be on the August board agenda. Board goals, the broad goals of the plan include data literacy and student-centered instruction. Also discuss the need to have consistency in testing and grading. Dr. Cordero is also currently looking at assessments testing. Update on math aid implementation and consultant professional development. So as I mentioned, Dr. Curtis was not available for the meeting, but there is some feedback if you just bear with me from Dr. via email. So during the 24-25 school year, GL's math teachers successfully collaborated to implement research-based instructional practices with a focus on student engagement, focused on fostering inclusive and responsive classroom environments through small group instruction and differentiated planning and data-driven decision. During the 2024-25 school year, CMS math teachers demonstrated, demonstrated a strong commitment to implementing research-based instructional practices throughout the year. Efforts emphasize student engagement, collaborative planning, and continuous professional growth. Focused on fostering inclusive, responsive classroom environments to ensure all students could access and engage meaningfully with the curriculum. Teachers implemented differentiated instruction, small group structures, and targeted supports. Prioritized improving assessments, feedback, and grading practices to promote equity, transparency, and students' growth. Professional development provided by the district. We had August 29th, full-day session, elevating secondary mathematics instruction. September 3rd and 4th, 45-minute sessions, the power of well-crafted mini lessons. January 15th and 28th, 45-minute sessions, the art of posing purposeful questions in education. Feb 14th, full-day session, unlocking potential. And May 13th, 45-minute session, small groups, big impact. And I'm kind of skipping all of a little bit, so this will be in the minutes. The aviation program. The GL robotics teacher provided helpful context on this program's alignment with our current programming. While the current robotics curriculum does not formally include drones, the teacher has been integrating drone-related content using platforms. There are plans to incorporate additional platforms in the advanced course, pending software deployment coordination with technology department. Regarding the aviation program mentioned at the board level, colleagues through NJMS Group identified Ridgefield Park as the only district currently listing the program and its course offerings. While teacher certification, student interest, and staffing are significant components to consider, the conversations with staff have been positive and open.
Thank you, Mrs. Jolly. Very comprehensive. Mrs. Torero.
Gail, one quick question. On the schedule, like reducing the number of minutes at middle school from 55, did the committee look into I think we had a presentation by Dr. Curtis late fall where we said our middle school students were getting less percentage of classroom instructional time in math compared to our neighboring districts. Will this address that?
So this is one of the action items was to share that presentation. I think I attributed it to Mr. Nixon because I thought that he had pulled it together.
Okay.
So that's part of the investigation, right, that the administration will do.
My only concern is if when the committee looks at reducing the time from 55 minutes to, let's say, 45 minutes, did you factor in, like, when a teacher gets into a room, it takes some time to settle in and
So we
Yeah.
didn't do like, so we know that there's an issue, so we didn't address any specific solution, if you will.
Okay.
So, but I did mention the presentation, right? And so the idea is not to give kids less time
Mhm.
with instruction, but changing the schedule so that they actually can maybe get more time with certain core subjects and not have to, be in a room for 55 minutes.
Only thing is, like, what that presentation, I don't want that action item. Like last year, it was all in relation to we need PD for the teachers to improve the math proficiency. And we were also going to look at the scheduling, which was going to be at the building level. So maybe tie both of them once the presentation is looked at. Like, if our middle school students are getting less instructional time in math based on Dr. Curtis's assessment as of last year, by reducing this time, it shouldn't, reducing the 55 minutes, it shouldn't be like a snowball effect. That's all I'm asking about. So you'll look into it.
Well, yes, I mean, the idea is not to, as a result of this, have less education.
Okay,
Right.
got it.
Thank you. Mrs. Torero.
For the, hello. For the Technology and Communications Committee report, the Technology and Communications Committee met on Friday, June 13th. There were various topics that we discussed, and I'm just going to kind of go down the list. So for Thrill Share, which for any of you that don't know, that's kind of the support system that our website's on and the email system. The committee reviewed the current use of the Thrill Share email system, which is presently utilized by the school PTOs for communication with school families and staff. The BHEF has requested access to employ the platform as well. And the committee discussed the potential implications of expanding access, including maintaining message consistency, safeguarding student family data, and avoiding communication overload. The Highlander, which is the GL paper. The committee discussed concerns about the Highlander link to the district website directing users to tap into an external news outlet. The primary concern was the management of student-related content by an outside entity. The district's plan is to reach out to surrounding districts to research what platform and tools they use for student publications. So we're just looking at other options. Chromebook protection program, which I talked a little bit about, I think, in our last meeting. Starting next year, the district will be introducing an optional Chromebook protection plan available for $35 per year. This plan is intended to help families manage repair costs in the event of accidental damage. Key details on this. At this point, the plan is only being made optional for the first year of the rollout. Families who choose not to purchase the protection plan will see an increase in repair fees, as they will now be responsible for both parts and labor costs. Currently, only parts are being billed. The labor has been covered by the district thus far, labor being like the technicians in-house actually doing the work. For the copiers, the district has selected a new vendor, and I believe it's on tonight's agenda, for copier and printer services as our current contract approaches its end. One of the most significant benefits of the new agreement is the elimination of required minimum monthly copy charges. Under the old contract, the district paid for a set number of copies regardless of the actual usage, which led to unnecessary costs, particularly during periods of low activity such as summer months. The new contract is structured to ensure we only pay for what we use, resulting in substantial cost savings. Additionally, the contract term has been shortened from 60 months to 45 months, offering greater flexibility for future planning and technology updates. Importantly, the new vendor will supply the district with brand new copier machines, replacing the older equipment from the previous contract. This upgrade will enhance reliability, performance, and user experience across the sites. And it will also allow the teachers to be at or somebody administratively be at another building and print on demand there, and be able to pick up their copies without sharing information. If it's like private information, it has a security element to it. Structured cabling, which has to do with the infrastructure, the cabling in our buildings. The primary goal of this project is to modernize the district's network infrastructure to support higher bandwidth demands and prepare for the adoption of the Wi-Fi 7 standards. This upgrade will significantly enhance network speed, reliability, and future scalability. The structure of the work will include the replacement of existing fiber optic cabling and transceivers to support higher throughput and lower latency, the replacement of outdated copper cabling with Cat 6/6A cabling to ensure robust and future-ready connectivity across the premises, and upgrading the network racks and cabinets with appropriate size, security, and organized alternatives to improve maintenance, access, airflow, and physical security. The quotes of this project, which this is a project that they're going to be bringing to us, the quotes for this project received thus far range from about 1.55 million to 1.58 million. And if you want to look a little bit more in the details of stuff, you can look at my minutes and you can get a little more clarity. Lastly, we talked about the School Violence Prevention Program grant. This is a federal grant opportunity offered through the U.S. Department of Justice, with funding available for up to $500,000. Approximately 20% of the applicants are expected to receive funding. The primary objective for this grant application would be to support security camera upgrades. The application deadline is, ironically, today, June 26th, and notifications are expected to be received by October of this year. Secondly, I attended the most recent BH Rec Commission meeting. They met on Thursday, June 19th. It wasn't a very long meeting because several of the people had to leave, but basically they were saying that they're looking for new ways of trying to expand opportunities that currently they're offering within the district. And that's it.
Thank you. Any comments? Yes, Mrs. Jolly.
So I know I was at the meeting. But the question, with the grant for the security cameras, because I know that it's one of our, I think, referendum projects as well. So how, like, if we, let's say, get the grant, does that impact what we do?
So the way how it was presented to us, and correct me if I'm wrong, was that we're putting this through because it's only 20% of the applicants get it through. And it didn't look very likely that we may get it. So we were going to kind of move forward with whatever was included in the referendum. But if it was included in the referendum and we got that grant, I guess we remove it from the referendum. I don't really know. That's a really good question.
How much was it? How much was the grant?
It was up to $500,000.
Oh, that's a lot.
And I think the quote, if I remember correctly, the quote for the camera upgrades was like $668,000 or somewhere in that ballpark, if I remember correctly.
This is the third year that we've applied for it.
We didn't get it.
Nope.
Right, so there
Debbie, one quick thing. On the paper, so the students are still publishing the GL Highlander paper or no?
So my understanding, and we had a whole long conversation about it, and somebody can jump in if they know more about this than I do, is that when they're publishing for the Highlander is actually supported on the Tap Into website.
No,
They have their own separate page or whatever.
Right, I don't think, are you asking if there's a physical paper?
it used to be published from what I heard.
But published how?
Like print, or are you talking
So
about?
this is an admin, like maybe Mr. Nixon question. We used to, Tom, do you know?
No, I don't know. I do have some questions about it, but why don't you finish and then
Yeah.
I'll
So-
go to mine.
But I heard from some of the parents whose kids graduated like maybe a decade ago or longer. There was a group of students who actually print, like, there were news articles or articles of interest of what's going around. So and then when we go and click on it, right now it goes to Berkeley Heights Tap Into, which is a private newspaper. So my question is, while we investigate or find out, should we, like, do we give this opportunity to nj.com? Do we give this to everybody? Or who made the decision for our website, which is a public school website, to go there? And if it was not a decision made by the administration, should we continue?
I have no idea the answer to that question. That predates me, but I can tell you that it was just brought up, and I don't think we talked about the backstory behind it. We were just kind of talking about moving forward. Are there tools out there? Are there other outlets out there or products that could better suit those students as well that are involved in the paper?
Okay. Maybe Dr. Feltry, if you can get us some response on how did we connect Tap Into as the Highlander, and then are we going to allow other news outlets, or is it just one? Thank you.
I do have a comment. Of course, years ago, before all this web stuff, there used to be a printed version of this, and we used to get it in our board packet. My question, though, has to do with, are we paying anything to have this on Tap Into? And do we have it on our own website?
We actually did talk about that, but my recollection was that we weren't paying for
We're
it.
not paying for it.
We should confirm, but like
Yeah.
Yeah,
maybe it was an assumption, but
Yeah.
I don't know if Dr.
Okay.
Felcher, if you're aware, if we're paying, or AJ, if we're paying.
I thought Jeremy responded, but I'll have to go back in my notes that we weren't paying.
Yeah, I
And
don't
then there's
think we are.
also,
Yeah.
yeah. So,
But
but I'll
do
go
we have,
back and put.
why do
my
we
notes.
have it on, do we have it on our own website?
We actually talked briefly about that, and I think one of the concerns was that are we shortchanging our kids because we're maybe limited on what we're doing? I think we talked a little bit about this, I know.
Mhm.
And I think we felt like they weren't going to be getting
The
the
publishing
best quality of
experience,
yeah,
right? So,
What,
we-
by having it on our website? Or
well,
by-
I guess we're thinking like, what does an online newspaper look like? Our website is not it.
Yeah.
Right. And so the idea of, having like a true online, publication, right, for the students, was something, but I don't think there's options that are off the table, right?
Okay. No, I'm just, at this point, I'm just trying to get some information. Okay.
It was an action item.
I love
Yeah.
those action items.
Thank you, Mrs. Torero.
I think it's on. I think it's
Oh,
on.
yes, sorry, Dipti.
My question is about the Chromebooks. You said about the $35 plan. Is that, I missed it. Is that optional? Will there be more information that we will send out over the summer to educate people what the option is, what they can and cannot sign up for, and what does it cover? Because
Yeah.
the keyboards are like the first casualty when they use the machine.
I mean,
So-
we actually, this is something we discussed. I mean, some of us felt like maybe we should make it mandatory, to be honest with you. But because of the way that this is rolling out, I think the district felt like the right and fair way to do it was to make it optional. I think there's an element of managing, making sure that if people pick to purchase the plan and then they don't pay for it, how do you kind of deal with that? But the thought process was, let's just do it for a year and see how it works and how effective it is. And then moving forward, we would revisit it again. Does that
And
help answer your
This,
question?
is this a middle school and high school program?
It's, I think, the whole district. Yeah, the whole district.
It's for everybody, so, okay.
Yeah.
I'd be curious to see kind of how we, the qualifiers or what is covered and isn't covered in that plan so that people can make a decision.
I think most stuff was covered. I think there were a couple of exceptions, But I think the exceptions were things like chargers, and like minimal. I think most of it was actually going to be covered, like screens and all the good stuff that we know our kids love to break.
And the number of times it can happen in a year.
I think there's a maximum of like 2 or 3 incidents. I can't remember if it was 2 or 3.
I think it'll just help everybody. And I speak for myself to understand what it covers
Yeah.
and how does one sign up for such a thing.
Yeah. I'm sure there's going to be, and Dr. Felcher, you can kind of add to this. I'm sure there's going to be some form of communication that will be sent out to families before the school year starts.
Yeah, well, I put it on my list for Jeremy. Most of the time, these things happen at the start of school, like with all the AUPs and things that you have to sign. This would be one of those things you would sign up for, but it might be something he wants to communicate in August, that this is coming for September. But
I think that'll be helpful just to get people's attention.
Yeah. Thanks.
Mrs. Stanley.
So just a little background. I know it wasn't this school year. It must have been the previous school year. We did talk about implementing this just completely across the board. Everybody had to pay for insurance. But one of the considerations is how much we pay to fix little things on the Chromebook, like missing letters and, forget about the bigger things that sometimes we ask families to pay if they like purposely dropped it or chucking it across the room, right? So I think, right, this is like the first, from what I'm hearing, because we almost did it 2 school years ago. But I think we kind of held back because we were like, well, how much, how many times do we actually need the insurance or that we can fix it, right? But overall, we're spending a lot of money fixing these little things. And then the big things we tend to charge the family. So it was like a way to kind of get rid of who do we charge and who do we not charge just by doing it across the board. And then the other consideration was that the elementary schools, we don't really let them bring them home because we're afraid of them in the backpacks with a third grader. And so I think that was one of the other reasons why we were leaning towards this, is that we could start sending them home with the elementary schools. So I think this is a good first step to see how it goes, how it rolls out, if it does save us money overall. And then like that, maybe we can, as we start to purchase these newer equipment, it seems like some of them come with it. And then hopefully we can get the elementary schools.
Well, I think one of the things that we felt strongly about was that how it's been when families have a child who breaks something. We're charging a fee, whatever the set number is for, let's say they break a screen is $135 or whatever it is. But we're only charging for the actual like the replacement product. We're not charging the amount of time that it's taking our techs away from other things it should be doing. And so that's why we're saying, now we think that families should be responsible for the cost of the labor and the actual purchase of the replacement for that reason, because it is taking away and costing us other money on top of it. So I think the push is to hope that families purchase this protection plan and we can kind of eliminate that.
Dr. Forager.
Yeah.
I just have a problem with this. Why are we allowed to charge? I mean, isn't this part of, they're required to have a Chromebook, right? And we're supposed to provide a free and appropriate education. So why are we allowed to charge for this?
Also last year,
Well, we can't charge them for a textbook, right? You can?
yeah, you charge for damages to textbooks.
Oh,
Absolutely.
that's right, yes. But we couldn't, but this insurance is in the nature of, but they don't have, wait a minute, they don't have to get the insurance, right?
it's an option.
It's
They
optional.
could just pay that, whatever the cost is, all right.
I think last year when this came up in technology committee, Jeremy said there is some sort of when we buy the Google plan or when we're getting Chromebooks from the vendor, there have an inbuilt, I think, some sort of a warranty. I don't know, but as long as it's optional, I'm fine. I don't think we should be there. There could be parents with multiple children and we don't know, and we shouldn't be saying it's mandatory. So if you have 4 kids, pay, it should be up to them. And if they damage it and at the end of the year, I think that's a decent thing. Like if they don't damage it, then you're not forcing a parent to pay upfront.
Personnel.
Thank you. Mr. Dillon?
Yeah,
Do you want-
sure. I'll go. Try to make it quick. Athletics and co-curriculars met on Monday, June 16th. We started off by thanking the administration for supplying student bus to the baseball championship. However, there was not enough interest for that to go, but it was great to offer it for anybody who couldn't get there but wanted to go. We spent this meeting wrapping up the last school year and looking ahead to next school year. So when it came to 25 and 26 priorities for the committee, we talked about what we would put in a long-range capital improvements plan, some top priorities for next year, which we've talked about in previous meetings, getting an extra maintenance person here at Governor Livingston to address the grounds when it comes to preparing the grounds for athletics and co-curricular activities, especially on high activity days. Funding and finding a solution for a girls' dedicated locker room space. And we also talked about the ongoing sewage issues that happen in the gyms here at Governor Livingston. We continued progressing talks, what it would take to institute the active clubs, right? So we talked about the policies, which I know we sent over to the policy committee, and a lot of conversations back and forth around the fact that there are active clubs in some of the other buildings and how we could utilize that same exact process as to why there are active clubs at CMS, and how do we utilize that same procedure here at Governor Livingston to accelerate the active clubs that we've been talking about, boys volleyball, girls flag football. We got an update on the press box. Unfortunately, it was not positive. The installation has been delayed, so we have been on track to get it done before the start of the school year. The contractor is still awaiting start dates. I don't think that's from our end, right? I think we need
I actually
information.
just got a date with that today. I know that there's going to be it's going to be shipping out sometime in September 19th, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. So I think, and at the committee on the 16th, it was best guess October or later in terms of the finished installation of the new press box, right? So something different, right? I think I communicated at the last meeting, we anticipated it would be ready for the start of school year. Fortunately, it would be a bit delayed. We discussed the ongoing maintenance of the GL turf. I think coming out of some of the meetings that are going on with the town, with Lower Columbia and their installation of turf, we've re-engaged with the turf company. And we just had some questions as a committee. Can we just validate that the turf is being maintained and sanitized in the appropriate amount of time, right? To make sure everybody's remaining safe. So that was an action and a takeaway that we're going to get back just to confirm that the maintenance is as we need it. But just as a watch out, that field is maybe reaching an end of life, right? So one of the other actions we had was when we talk about referendum projects, we talk about just long range planning. We needed an estimate as to when we thought that turf field out there at Governor Livingston would see its last years and become unsafe. We were asked at this forum to continue to promote the upcoming golf outing. So if not everybody's aware, I think it's the Athletic Booster Club and the Alumni Association are having a fundraiser of sorts in July, specifically to raise funds for athletic initiatives. If anybody's interested, I know there's a link on our website. You can always just send me an email at my Berkeley Heights email address, and I'll be happy to share the information with you. And lastly, an agenda item that's on tonight would be we discussed this need for a new watering system, which would enable for more efficient ways of watering the grass at Governor Livingston that's not already on a sprinkler system. So the way I envisioned it was mainly the softball field, what I call the softball field, the JV baseball field, and the practice football field kind of behind. But this unit is mobile so that any place where we had a water source, it can move around this campus and any other campus where needed as a watering system. So that concludes my report.
Any questions? Mrs.
Um,
Zakiri?
Okay, just on the technology, I forgot to mention, like regarding the, Highlander newspaper, I think one other factor that we need to consider is if student articles are being published on Tap Into, and there was like a not a like a board or a administration decision made, this it's a local newspaper, but there are other local newspapers and they generate ads. So some of these articles come up with ads. So there is revenue being generated. So if a student written article gets very famous and he gets a lot of hits, there's lots more revenue. Are we going to get some sort of revenue sharing? Like, I think these are things that could be interesting. Like, but I just want to, get to the bottom of how did we make the decision, and if there is any revenue being generated, are we going to get something out of it? Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Forager.
How old is the turf field that we have?
I don't have that answer. It wasn't, I don't think any of us that were in the room had that specific amount, which is why we were asking, we were talking about maintenance. We said, hey, while we're talking about maintenance, like, what is the end of life here? Because we're, as we're all being educated a little bit more on Lower Columbia, there is an end. So I don't have that, but it's something that was asked to come back to us and get us
Okay,
the information.
And how often is any maintenance done to it?
We without having the logs, we had the impression that there was ongoing fill and maintenance happening through our group here at the site. Additionally, the company that we have a contract to service on should come in annually. But being new, most of us being new to the committee, we had asked for more logs, and with Mr. Hendricks being new, so on and so forth, we wanted to confirm that all that was happening. Yeah.
Well, I happen to go to the same rec commission, I think it was rec commission meeting, and I remember the guy says, you have to do something to these every 82 hours. You remember that? 82 hours. But I don't remember, maybe you do, whether that was dependent on the amount of usage.
Yeah, I was going to say, is it 82 hours of
Oh,
use?
82 hours of usage,
Yeah.
yes, okay, all right. So I don't know
How
how often we're using
That
this.
fact did come up, and I
Yeah.
think I thought about it the same way you did. It's like, oh my God,
Okay.
it's every 3 days, but
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
the amount of running on the turf, so
Yeah.
it's sitting dormant sometime, right?
Yeah.
So, but again, that was more, and those are some of the clarifying questions that we had. Just is that sanitation? Is it the filling of the
Yeah.
the pellets? Is it maintenance of the grass? Is it just a visual review to see, make sure there's no glass laying around, right? So
I think they have to put
I think we
some of
started,
the infill has to be replaced
yeah,
from time to
we
time.
just started to dig into,
Yeah.
can we review the ongoing maintenance plan so that
Yeah.
we all feel comfortable with it?
Yeah.
And then we can articulate that as we're being asked questions about it,
Yes. Well, just remember, Deb and I went to the same meeting, and after an hour, I think we both became world-renowned experts on this subject. So,
Thank you. Yeah.
everything you want to know about turf.
Okay, Mrs. Jolly.
Sorry, the question about the press box, because we had really good views of it from our two graduations. Is it actually safe to go up there? Like, if it's not getting replaced before the start of the school year, and if there's any need to use it for any sporting activities, like, is it, like, do we need to have it? But I mean, this thing looks, yeah, I don't know. Like, does it need to be inspected? Like, can we go up there?
I think it's supposed to be used, but the architects, when they're going to go out to do their field work, or when the press box is supposed to come in their second phase of the work, they're going to look at that to see what needs to be done, if anything. If there's going to be an allowance to do something with it, they're going to look at that. Because I brought it up, CJ has brought it up, and it's all going to depend on when this thing is going to be put into place, because if it's going to be installed by October, season's already over at that point. So, and that's going to not allow us to have home games at that point. So I'm not sure, but the architects have that knowledge in their hands, and they have to come up with something.
So,
Mr. Dillon.
so I won't speak to the safety because that's not my expertise. But what I will say is that we left the committee meeting confident that if it were to be deemed as unsafe, that they are already, the athletic department's already discussing alternatives, such as kind of sectioning off the middle section of the bleachers, where right below, and having that just be where you would have all the activities that would be in the press box, right? Just at a lower vantage point and potentially kind of blocking off full access of the field. So I think the approach of the committee was, if worst case scenario, they couldn't use it, how could we make sure that was no disruption to the athletes from that perspective of having home games, but still being able to meet all the expectations and regulations. So
And then just one other thing, did you guys discuss the lights, the GL lights?
so we did. Is there anything specific about the lights?
So I think, the ongoing concern, was that we couldn't do it, but meaning
Yeah.
that there was some sort of written legal document, but we've looked at that many times, said, yes, we can, any board can do it. So I guess, has there been any progress made to actually making that a reality?
So I think you'll see that the lights are not included in the list of referendum
Yeah.
projects, at least, right? So we acknowledge that it wasn't a referendum question.
Yep.
We will continue to talk at committee about the prioritization of the cost of the lights amongst everything else that needs to happen, right? So there's a lot of items on the agenda today about capital reserves and moving things around. And I think we need to prioritize where our money gets spent. I mentioned some other capital improvement projects that would be at a higher priority than lights, based on the administration and their feedback, being a dedicated space for the girls to have a locker room, fixing the sewage issues in the gyms today and in the locker rooms today, right? And there were some other things athletically and co-curricularly that'll probably be a better use of our money. What we did begin to discuss is if we ever wanted to potentially look externally for fundraising, or the Booster Club or anybody, potentially some of our organizations around the community would want to help do a fundraiser to have a dedicated pot of money for the lights. But from everything we discussed, right, we would just have to prioritize where we want to utilize our budget, and I don't think we're there yet
And so I know,
from a committee perspective, right?
Right.
So that's all.
so for the girls' locker room and the sewage, is that part of the referendum?
Girls' locker room is not, because based on the survey, that was not an interest of the community. And sewage, I don't know if it's directly spoken to or if it's part of like the,
Yeah.
the infrastructure pieces, the.
And also, you may not be able to wait for a referendum.
Right. For
You know, so yeah, yeah. So yes, we're discussing it. We're just prioritizing it in the right way in terms of what do we want to come and ask for. So if we were going to utilize any funds that we had available to us, I think it would be, the maintenance person, right? The girls' dedicated locker room space, and proper plumbing, right? Where needed for co-curriculars and athletics. Yeah.
The sewage issues that you encounter all the time, there's a maintenance plan that's been put into place by Rick where we had a discussion. And some of the things that have been causing that are articles of clothing being flushed down the toilet, other things like vapes being flushed down the toilet, and other things such as little shot bottles being flushed down the toilet as well. So once you eradicate those things, there goes your sewer problem. So on a quarterly basis, we've been having someone to come in and to kind of clear out the pipes so things like that don't happen. So far, that hasn't been happening because we put that on a plan, and Rick has it on his calendar or a little reminder to do that every quarter. So that's what we've been trying to take care of.
Yeah, I'll just say that in the athletic committee room, it didn't seem like all of the concerns around the sewage in the locker rooms were student driven, right?
Mhm.
So I'm sure that's a big part of it. I'm sure when you unclog, you're going to find all that stuff, but even that would take a prioritization of our money to resolve. But it did seem like there were other structural issues that needed to be resolved based on the administration comments in the room. So
Wait a minute, are you saying, okay, I don't know how to ask this.
Yeah,
Is
there's
the
back-
girls' locker room comparable to the boys' locker room?
it is not.
Is not. And how can we allow that?
We're trying to
Isn't
rectify
that a
it.
Title IX violation or something?
It
Quite, but.
yeah, I think
What?
listen, we have a brand new administration across all, athletic director, superintendent, and, there are plenty of conversations that we have a committee where, a primary component is the, equality of both the male and female athlete here in the district.
Yeah.
So where there are possible or identified inequalities, right, those go to the top of the list in terms of where we're going to invest our dollars. From that capacity, the lights don't fall under that, but proper space for the girls, right, would. And having them have a locker room comparable to what the boys get to use would. And I think you'll see that come across in a lot of what the administrative talks about at our committee is addressing those scenarios first and foremost.
Do we have an estimate of what will it take? How much money will it take to put lights at GL?
There is an estimate.
Is there an estimate?
I'll let somebody else quote the number because I'll probably get it wrong.
You want me to do it?
Go ahead. I'll defer to him.
Get yourself. Let someone else do it for you.
1,600,000.
Yeah, that's what I would have said.
Good to know that.
Oh, I forgot, and 25 cents.
Thank you. Any other discussion? If not, Mrs. Khanna.
All right, so I'll be super quick. Personnel Committee met June 12th. One of the items that we discussed were pay updates for substitute teachers, substitute paraprofessionals, substitute admin assistants, and substitute lunchroom and playground teacher aides. An increase to for those specific roles. Two other items that are on the agenda today. One of them is we talked about the search for our new BA. That's on the agenda today. We are looking forward to that. There is also an interim role, so between early July and sometime August. So that's on the agenda as well. Finally, we talked about the treasurer of monies was not approved at the last meeting. So there are some policy changes resulting from that that we need to think about and figure out a way to get that done. We have that. There is an agenda item today to have that role go on for another month or 2 months while we figure how we address that.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Okay, Mrs. Stanley.
So policy met on June 10th. It was recommended by Mr. Dillon that we look at the policy for 2430 because we were also looking at the regulation. So we did look at the policy. We did kind of kick it back to athletics. I'll talk to Bill further about your conversation and if we need to bring it back to committee for our meeting in July. And then we have our regulation 2430. This was brought by Ms. Akiri to the policy committee. The district staff did look at the language to help the regulation fit the needs of the district. We are ready to move forward with the district's additions and suggestions. I'll just say on a personal note, I'm not sure that this is necessary, but I am willing to move forward if that is what the rest of the board feels needs to be done. And I feel that the district was able to look at it and make the changes that they felt were necessary to make sure that we're not hurting any of our students or our clubs. So I do think that it won't hurt any of our clubs by making sure that we have the word formal in there, and that way it doesn't apply to our informal clubs, which I want them to be able to still have the opportunity to meet. But again, I'm not sure that it's definitely necessary. And then we have regulation 2200, this curriculum content. Tom, I did receive your email. And we will discuss it as this is the first read. I'll bring it into the July meeting, all his concerns, and we will look at it and see if we need to work over the definition of bias and discrimination if we feel that's needed. But we did see the language. We added some language and we agreed with Strauss Esme's changes. Then we have policy 7441. electronic surveillance in school buildings and on school grounds. This is a revise. Stress Esme added that the police department could be looking at surveillance during emergency situations to the policy to fit with the new MOAs. Then we have regulation 7441. This is new to us and it is now mandatory, but we did agree with Strauss Esme's language. Then we have policy 9320, cooperation with law enforcement agencies. This is from last December. This is a Strauss Esme update for language and committee agreed to the changes. Then we have regulation 9320, cooperation with law enforcement. Again, we agreed with the changes. We did add the word cannabis in just to make sure it was clear. But otherwise, that we agreed with Strauss Esme's changes. Then we did regulation 5440. This is also from the Strauss Esme alert. We are not going to move forward with this at this time. It's honoring student achievement. The committee is going to send it to the principals and see if this is something that we need to have. Again, it's just a recommended, it's not mandatory, and it's just talking about what we would give students recognition for, but we do already have stuff in place, so we just want to see if they are interested in this or not, but we don't feel it's necessary at this time. Then there's policy 5516, use of electronic communication. This is a revise. Strauss Esme added new language to address the new technology, including earbuds and watches that you can now record on. And then we have regulation 5516, use of electronics. This is new to us. We are not moving forward because it's only recommended, not mandatory. And when you looked at it, there was like consequences for using your electronic device, even, you know, as simple as if you use it on the bus, what's going to happen. And we felt that the districts had put in, the school buildings had put in techniques that seemed to work well this year with students. And we felt that the student attention in class was doing really well. And so at this time, we don't feel that there needs to be a regulation with punishment yet. But obviously we can look at it again if we feel that something has changed. And then we have, we just looked at policy 5570 because we did at the last meeting discuss removing a comma. So we just wanted to make sure that the district knew which comma we were going to be removing. There was a request from Dr. Feltry on updating our board committees and looking at policy 155 in a future meeting. She expressed concern over the amount of committees and would like to align them better with the board agenda. Natasha had concerns about ad hoc committees and the board president's role in assigning board members to them. And then I had expressed frustration with meetings not being efficient when we have 2-hour meetings. And sometimes we miss meetings and re-go over the same thing at the next meeting. And so just trying to get them more efficient because it does feel like a lot of committees when you're doing 2 hours for each committee. And that's it for my report. I've received some feedback and obviously we have a meeting coming up in July. This is just first reads. So we do have the opportunity to look at them again.
So
Yes, Mrs. Jolly.
So Pam, just a question on Tom's feedback, because I think what Tom was proposing was keeping those, I know you don't have the policy in front of you, but I think it would constitute, let's say if we do agree to it, it would constitute a new
First read.
A new first read.
Yeah.
So should we just, I don't know, table it for now and then bring it back to committee? Because if we approve it, and then have to come back again as a first read.
I mean, I personally don't think it matters because either way, right, if we do make changes, right, like we're going to have a meeting between now and our second read anyways. So for me, whether we approve it tonight or table tonight, it really doesn't matter. The only thing is that if we approved it and we decided not to make any changes, we could just move forward faster. Where if we don't approve it tonight and we table it, we would now have to, right, get the second read. So that's my only, but otherwise it really doesn't matter to me. That policy isn't something that is earth shattering, but I do think it was mandatory and we're kind of already behind in alerts. So
Yeah, no, it's, you know, because obviously everyone has a different perspective. And I think when I looked at that bias question, right, you know, Tom's point was like, well, any book can be biased, right? But regardless, I also looked at the policy, and it's interesting that some of the language that we still have in the policy is being stricken from the regulation. So I think we need to kind of look at those two holistically. And the last update to the policy was in 2017, yet,
And maybe we missed the policy update, right? That because we had so many policies in the past that we had to update, that some of these might have been missed. That's definitely something we can look at. Again, when I read through it, I think that was like a literal translation of like anything could be biased. But I know when I've been on curriculum before and we rewrite curriculum, right? It basically says we don't get rid of the resource necessarily. It's just that we mention, right, that there is a bias, right? I mean, if you read Dante's, you have to know where he was in Italy and the time, right, to know why he wrote this Dante's Inferno, right? But like you have to see where they're coming from. So I think this is the same thing, right? It's just saying that if there is a bias, you need to recognize that there is a bias and why it was there. That's what I've seen from NJ standards when we've rewritten curriculum. But again, I think this is a great discussion for policy committee.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Forager.
Okay. I'll just do my report. Okay, Finance and Facilities met Friday, June 20th. We covered quite a few items. Number one, the bid for the gym floors, GL Red and CMS Blue and Gold. No bids were received. A co-op price was obtained from Classic Flooring and Direct Flooring. The architects made a recommendation on a vendor to proceed with Classic Flooring. And the committee agreed with this recommendation. So the action item is to place that on the June 26th board agenda. I think that's on tonight. There was also another $33,500 will need to be withdrawn from the capital reserve because of the higher price. We received insurance checks from the GL heat leak for $219,000 and the CMS fire panel repair for $59,000. And the business administrator recommends that these be deposited into the maintenance reserve account for replenishing some of the funds. The action item we came up with was requested Dr. Feltry to find out which account insurance reimbursement checks are deposited into. As the previous business, I said analyst, I think I meant business administrator, had indicated that they go to a specific account. The committee wanted to find out the rationale for the recommendation of depositing the reimbursement check in the maintenance reserve versus the capital reserve. Dr. Feltry would request the business administrator for the rationale and specific account insurance reimbursements are deposited. Number two, we received a recreation grant for $88,000, and we will need to use some capital money, reserve money, to fund the playground upgrades at Mountain Park and Mary Kay McMillan. We are waiting for input from the architects on the scope of the projects at estimated costs from a co-op. The action item is obtain input from the architects on these playground projects and present them to the Finance and Facilities Committee for review. Number three, the township made sewer billing corrections and credits were issued for $8,000. We budgeted $44,242 for 25-26. Action item is the credit will be on the bill list for the June 26th meeting. I forgot to check on that today. Do you know if that's on? If we got the credit?
Yes.
Okay. We talked about the facility fee for use of facilities. These need to be set annually by policy. We'll have new fees for the next meeting. We'll probably be adding some fees for a janitor's closet. Because a janitor's closet runs about $900 a year, and I forget how many, it's quite a few. Facilities Committee advised it's not appropriate to add a 30% increase in the facility fee. Action item, Rick Romano will reach out to adjacent districts to see what they charge for facility fee and how they handle any associated costs. Rick will share that feedback with the committee. We'll discuss that at our next Finance and Facilities meeting. Water meter for Environmental Commission. The Environmental Commission wants to plant 200 trees next to GL High School. they need water. So we recommended that the county provide the water via water truck. A second water meter was installed, we learned, on the day of the finance committee meeting without any authorization by the board or administration. The committee learned the background. Rick stated that the business administrator had suggested the water truck as a solution, but the Environmental Commission had already got the second water meter installed for June 20th. That was the date of our meeting. Action item, remove the second water meter since it was not board approved, and there would need to be a shared service agreement with the township to cover the water cost. Number 6, we reviewed the price increases of many items by Pomptonian and agreed that they are reasonable after discussion about sending a survey to parents on quality of food, or the price was somewhere between $6,000 and $8,000. Oh, wait. I see what happened. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Rick, I got a
I have,
price increases. Okay,
I have,
I'm sorry.
I
Sai,
have
can you read the rest of number 6? And
Yeah.
oh, no, wait, I'm sorry. I have it. My pages are out of order. I'm sorry. Okay. All right. Price has changed. Discussion on possibility of an RFP for food services for next year, given the feedback from parents. Action item, agenda item for board approval for June 26th meeting. Commitment from Dr. Feltry that she would seek community input, review prices charged by Pomptonian and other vendors in neighboring districts. Number 7, projects, referendum projects list review. We did not have time to review the referendum projects, but did ask for a brief written description of each project. I think we've all gotten that now. The committee could not approve the project list as the administration did not have a clear answer as to what things would go, what the district would get for 4.4 million for media center projects. Actually, there's a lot of things we don't know. Action item, obtain descriptions for each project and breakdown of cost from solutions architect. Review and discuss at our next finance and facilities meeting. Number 8, treasurer of school monies. We heard that the treasurer of school monies position should be continued for 2 months to give time to make the transition. So we agreed to that. There are some policies that will need to be adjusted for this personnel change. Action item, refer to policy committee for formulation of revised policies without a treasurer of school monies. Items for board approval of 2-month extension at June 26th meeting. Number 9, we heard about a new irrigation hosing system for watering the fields. I think this has been reported on. We need to purchase a water wheel equipment for watering fields. The water wheel used to the ball fields is extremely old and not functional. We had a price to repair it, and the repair,
was
just a minute, I get,
6 to 8,000.
yeah, it was somewhere between $6,000 and $8,000. A new water wheel is $20,000 and covers more area and saves us money in water. Action item, the board approval of a new water wheel at this meeting for about $20,000. I think that's on, right? Yeah.
There is, the 10th one was the capital reserve.
Oh, I got it.
Yeah.
A withdrawal will need to be made from the capital reserve account for the bathroom project at Woodruff to remove asbestos. We're awaiting a quote for this expense. This was just an FYI agenda item. So the action item is obtain a quote on asbestos removal, administration to provide a detailed overview and a description of which bathrooms at Woodruff were fixed in 2021, along with all bathroom projects at MKM and Woodruff from 2022 to 2025. Provide details of the classroom numbers at Woodruff that will need asbestos removal for bathroom renovation. That's it.
Any questions? Thank you. Mrs. Akiri? Anything?
No.
Thank you. The negotiations committee will be meeting on Monday, June 30th, with the representatives from the head custodian contract as discussions continue. The Berkeley Heights Town Council met tonight, so we have no updates on that, but our elementary schools and our community members and local veterans participated in Flag Day ceremonies last 2 weeks ago, including the veterans at Mountain Park. The Mountainside Berkeley Heights Send Receive is waiting for the arrival of Mr. Kinney coming up on July 1st. The committee will have an introductory meeting on July 8th. The board president attended an all-day leadership summit for board presidents and vice presidents this past Monday. The areas for large and small group interaction were lead, preside, and unify. A key recommendation was for every board to complete the board online self-evaluation and to schedule a board retreat. The board officers, Ms. Bradford, Ms. Dipty, and Dr. Feltry will be discussing options. Update on board goals. The Board of Education has completed the CSA evaluation with submission on June 30th, which is Monday. We will be working with Mrs. Cleary on the strategic plan and developing the dates coming up in the fall and the ongoing board evaluation and providing board goals for this fall for approval in January of 2026. Any other? Okay, thank you. Our board communications?
We have two. Have one from Mrs. Marcy Helmstetter, letter from the BHEA to the BOE regarding health and safety. Second is a parent, concerns regarding child's educational placement and plan for home instruction. Those are our only two.
Thank you. And report of the business administrator.
Okay, at Hughes, there was a new AC unit installed in the classroom, and there were repair for window springs in various classrooms. At GL, there were replaced floor tiles in various classrooms, replaced hallway LED lights, and as you can probably see, they're out in the hallway, replacing them as we speak. Worked with the DPW to fill in potholes. Mountain Park, they had repaired concrete steps for fire inspection. There was a crack repaired on the roof for the chimney, and there was also pothole repairs done there. CMS, they ran electric for the Raptor system, and pothole repair was done there as well. And that concludes my report.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. And we wish you very well in your retirement, as this is your last meeting with us. Thank you for your service.
Thank you very much.
We're moving on to the comments from the public on agenda items only. During this portion of the meeting, district residents and staff are invited to address the Board of Education on agenda action items only. The board requests that individuals state their name, town of residence, or school of attendance for the record. All comments should be directed to the board president, and depending upon the nature and complexity of the question, it may or may not be answered during the meeting by the administration. If so, the response would occur after the public portion of the meeting has concluded. Although the board may not respond to all items raised during the public forum, all public comments will be considered. The board asks that members of the public be courteous and mindful of the rights of other individuals when speaking. Specifically, comments regarding personnel matters are discouraged and cannot be responded to by the board. Students and employees have specific legal rights afforded by the laws of New Jersey. The board bears no responsibility, nor will it be liable for any comments made by members of the public. Please note that if any member of the public becomes disruptive during the meeting, the board president may terminate the participating statement. Continued disruptions may result in removal from or adjournment of the meeting. Each speaker's statement will be limited to 3 minutes in duration. We will take public comments in person first and then move online. Is there anybody in public, present here, who would like to make a comment? I see none. Could we go to our online comments, please? I see we have 2 individuals. Thank you. Good evening. Can you hear us? Good evening. Did we lose a participant? Oh, they're still muted. Okay. If you would unmute, please.
Yeah, I did.
Thank
Hi,
you.
good evening, John McGuez, Berkeley Heights, New Jersey. So just a few things. I was a little disappointed with the I'm not opposed to the referendum. I mean, from a financial standpoint, I think it makes a lot of sense, and I certainly believe that the schools deserve to get sort of upgrades and things done. I really have an issue again with, these list of categories without any detail as to cost or scope being on the agenda. The public should have the same information as the district. at every step of the process. They're not people that should be sold to or marketed to. They should be viewed as equal partners. And what that means is that they work with the same information. It's their money, right? It's their kids, their education, it's their money. And this tradition, not just in this district, but across the state, of kind of launching the details close to the referendum limits the scope of debate and discussion that can sort of be had. I'm curious whether the Board of Education was able to get detail on scope and cost prior to today's vote, and how much notice and time they had. I don't think, I think this district has an opportunity to not do business as usual, that we can be different. You know, consultants aren't always the final word, and they don't always know best. And so just trust the public. Secondly, I'd like to speak to the point. NewJersey21st.com is a news organization. Students are more than welcome to write articles for us. And we will teach students on how to use Oprah and investigative journalism to hold their governments and their democracy accountable. And we're an equal partner in the community, and we would love the opportunity to work with students. That's it. Have a good night, everybody.
Thank you. Tim, could you promote our next community member online? Oh, no hands raised. Okay. If not, we will close our public comments on agenda items only and move to the minute portion of our agenda. Moving to minutes, Resolution A, all board members, the approval of minute meetings. May I have a motion to move this Resolution A forward?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Stanley, and thank you, Mrs. Khanna. Discussion? Roll call vote, please.
Mrs. Stanley,
Yes.
Mrs. Khanna,
Yes.
Ms. Akiri,
Yes.
Mr. Dillon,
Yes.
Dr. Forager,
Yes.
Mrs. Jolly,
Yes.
Ms. Torero,
Yes.
Mrs. Bradford.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Approve appointments.
Sorry.
I'm sorry.
Gail,
Yes.
just before we move on to the rest of the agenda,
Mhm.
Dr. Feltry, would you be making a statement to shed a little bit more light from a referendum process standpoint?
Yes.
Okay, can we,
You want me to do it now?
Yeah,
or-
just,
Or when we get to business?
just because it came up in the conversation in the form of the questions. So I wonder if you want to do that now?
Do it during discussion, because then that way we can like actually have a discussion about it.
But we didn't even, Dr. Feltry, we didn't even answer the question on referendum, which was asked to the administration and to us.
My understanding of public comment is it's not a discussion.
No, but you don't respond to any questions?
Dr. Feltry has a response. We were going to do it during the business section.
No, but if that,
My conversation is with the board.
so you don't respond to any parent or public questions? So previously you have answered some of.
There are certain things, yes, and I have a response. I was asked by the board to prepare a response before business to discuss the referendum. I can say the response now, or I can say it before business where.
If it
mean,
relates to
that-
the referendum, so I'm just curious, that's fine, it's your you can do what you seem fit, but I feel like if a parent asks some questions, you will answer some of them, but some fall in a category that you will not respond to, and this is
It's
one.
not that I'm not responding. It's that I'm responding to the board
No, no,
about
no, there
this.
was a question.
Entering into a dialogue during public comment is not the point of public comment.
No, I'm not asking you to, some of those questions you could have addressed, but you chose not to, that's fine.
We're going to move ahead with the agenda. Approve appointments. Resolution A, all board members. May I have a motion, please, to move Resolution A, all board members approve annual appointments? Thank you, Mrs. Khanna. Second?
Second.
Thank you, Mrs. Stanley. Discussion.
Huh?
Dr. Forger.
What are the qualifications to be a director of nursing? It seems like you might have to have a nursing degree to do that. Am I
You just
wrong?
need an administrative degree.
That's it?
Yes.
Okay.
Any other discussion? Roll call vote, Mr. Secretary.
Mrs. Connor,
Yes.
Ms. Stanley,
Yes.
Mr. Curie,
Yes.
Mr. Dillon,
Yes.
Dr. Forger,
Yes.
Ms. Jolly,
Yes.
Ms. Torero,
Yes.
Ms. Bradford.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Moving on to administration. Resolutions A through K, board members. May I have a motion to move resolutions A through K, all board members under administration?
So moved.
Thank you, Mrs. Khanna. Second,
I'll second.
Mrs. Jolly.
I just,
Discussion?
so my thing about A to K, I think it was brought to our notice this afternoon that the policies that are on for first read were never on the district website along with the agenda. So I make a motion to basically table the policies that were not for public to review. We got them, but they were not on the district website giving the community the 48-hour notice to review the policies. So may I have a second?
Yeah, I'll second that.
Mr. Disler, do you have a comment on that?
So please remind me, did you pass at your last meeting 01 through 1?
Yes. Yep.
Okay, because that's what. Let's see if it's not quite on your website yet.
But
So
we have
legally-
a motion on the floor, right?
Oh, sorry.
Right now, and I have a second.
This is discussion.
This is discussion.
No,
This is
discussion, can a board attorney come in discussion? I think it's
Yeah.
the board members.
No, a board
Well-
attorney, and I would like to hear the answer
I'm
because
happy to
this
come
is
or not.
in an email all day.
No, as long as, I'm fine, I would love to listen to your advice, but I feel we have a motion on the floor and the discussion is for board members unless we have an unelected board member.
Well, I would like to ask Mr. Disler's opinion.
Yes, we have a motion, Mrs. Akiri, and Dr. Foraker seconded it. Now we have discussion. And Mr. Disler.
So I think the question to me, if I understand, is it an OPMA violation? So the answer is, it is not an OPMA violation. So OPMA only applies to items on your agenda. There's, I'm going to say roughly 8 to 10 years ago, there was a case that came out that basically said, is attachments to the agenda required to be provided to the public? The appellate division said attachments don't qualify under OPMA. It is for just your agenda items, and if the legislature disagrees, they should amend OPMA. The legislature has not so far done so. That might be different than if your policy requires. I'll be frank, I couldn't find 01 through 1.
If you go on the website and you go to like meeting schedule, you can see last month's attachments. It should be in there.
Do we, that's an excellent point. Did we amend that? Did the board amend that in any manner?
No,
I know there were a
it
couple amendments.
approved and second reading
Okay,
as
give me a
was.
second.
So we do have a 48-hour requirement, right?
For agenda items, right?
Yeah,
For the
so-
agenda,
business.
not for attachments.
No, all I'm saying is this, it's a matter of principle. It's not about, there are a whole bunch of policies that impact students in our district, and we have not given the opportunity to parents or anybody to review them. And I asked this specific question to the superintendent, is there any time sensitivity? If there is any, and I did not get an answer to that question, I asked twice. Are any of these policies and bylaws that are on the agenda today time sensitive to be passed on June 26th? If not, I think just as a matter of principle, we need to basically owe that respect to the parents and the community that we did not put them on there. It could have been a slip, but if there is no time sensitivity, we should just table them and vote on them at the next meeting. It's up to I feel strongly about it. I have a second.
Yes.
I hear your concerns.
Mrs. Stanley, as policy chair, could you comment, please?
Yeah, so I completely understand the concerns and I do believe it was a huge oversight. Again, I think there was something wrong when it first went out to the board and they was trying to get fixed, and I guess it never got put with the rest of the attachments after it got fixed for the board members. But the ones in the minutes were always the same. But I just want to say this is first read. So again, when we talk about like, we have to let the public know, the public has them right now. They could have commented at public comment. I get that maybe they didn't have time to, but they can still email us in between and they can speak at the next meeting, right? So there is no public obstruction in my opinion, on the policies. But again, I think it's just about productivity, right? Like I think sometimes we're getting stuck on commas when we just need to get work done for the students. And like when we say that none of this has to be done, we say that for a lot of things, but some of this we should have done, right? The clubs one, if we put this in place, it should kind of be in place before September, right? So I understand the want to make sure that we are transparent. But again, this is a first read. We do have 131 approved. So we are following the first and second read. We are following the committee structure. So there should not really be any issues now. And again, I think the public has plenty of time to voice their opinions. And I know that many of the people in the public do know how to get their opinions to us as board members. So I don't see a problem with approving it tonight. That's my opinion. We can take a vote on it.
Any other discussion?
I'm supportive of just tabling at least the first one, our 2200.
Okay. Well, we have a motion that is to table all of A right now, and you seconded it. So if there any other discussion on that, otherwise we'll go to a roll call vote, Mr. Secretary. Motion to table under administration, resolution A, district bylaws, policies, regulations, study, and first reading.
I'd like to split it into.
Well, we have a motion already.
Floor, we
Yeah,
need to
but
vote,
my-
we need to vote on that. There's a motion on the floor. You need to take.
Yeah,
care of
but
that
mine is a
first.
secondary motion to split it into separate votes. Make 2200 a separate vote and the rest a second vote. So the motion is to split the question.
So we have a secondary motion to the motion to split the resolutions A to policy R2200 to one vote and the rest of the policies to a second vote. Is that correct?
I think I have to respond to Mrs. Akiri's
Mhm.
original ask, right? Can we?
Right,
I
if we
suggest
have a-
settle that, and if
right.
that is a yes or a no,
Is
then
that correct, Mr. Disler?
back,
Parliamentary
because
Let me pull it up. So there's a
Mhm.
motion on the table to
Table, all of A.
all of A, and then Dr. Forger is making a motion just to table 2430 through. or
No,
table
I'm,
just
I'm
two-
splitting the question into two votes. That's it. We'll vote on
I think
A
you-
and not A.
I believe you'd have to vote on Mr. Curie's motion first. It's not an
Okay.
underlying, it seems to be a separate motion, right? The way I'm reading your motion is simply, we're looking to just table 2200. I don't know if that would be set as separate votes. To me, it would be just, you're looking to just table one.
And it's called division of the question if you want to look it up.
That's what I was.
Mhm.
not sure
we
what-
can just do, we can just vote on one and then,
All right.
yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Productivity.
Okay, motion to table, proposed by Mrs. Akiri, seconded by Dr. Forger. Yes, no on resolutions A through K to table. Mr. Secretary, a vote.
This is just
Table
for
it.
A, just to table A,
Oh, just for A.
just for A.
Yes, I'm sorry, just for A. Yes, thank you.
Ms. Akiri,
Yes.
Dr. Forager,
Yes.
Mr. Dillon,
No,
Mrs. Jolly,
No.
Mrs. Connor,
Yes.
Mrs. Stanley,
No.
Ms. Torero,
No.
Ms. Bradford.
No.
Motion fails.
No.
So now we have, now you can, before you can make the
What?
motion.
If you want to make a separate.
Oh, okay. I moved this to table 2200,
Regulation 20.
regulation 2200.
Do we have a second
I can second it.
Can I just
discussion?
ask the thought process of why you guys wanted to do that, just so I understand?
It's the conversation that we were having about the bias and discrimination.
Oh,
I
okay.
think we just need to clean up the language better, in my opinion.
But there's time in the first reading between now and the second reading.
Not exactly. I mean, all right. You want to have a discussion about 2200. I don't think it's going to be sufficient to just try to clean it up in a second reading because it's a substantive change.
Okay.
What really needs to be done here?
So we'll move that to the committee then. So your
No, no,
motion is
not,
to,
here's what, I want to talk about this. This is serious. We do a lot of stuff on this board, doesn't affect kids, okay? But this one does. This has a real effect on their education. So we got to get,
Your opinion.
okay, Mrs. Stanley.
objection.
Mrs. Stanley, please
objection,
wait.
Objection.
Okay. So your motion, Dr.
this is
Frieden,
really
this is
important. This is
Discussion
really
on
important.
this motion, correct?
This is really important, okay? I'm going to go through the reasons, but really, you have a good policy right now on how to deal with curriculum, okay? The existing policy is actually pretty good, especially the parts A through D, all right? Now, D, you don't really need because D is part of your policy. I don't know why you repeat it in the regulation. But A, B, and C are good. These are good things to have because you're treating the students as people that need to be educated on bias, all right? You're not suppressing literature. You're not suppressing interpretations of history. These are good for kids to learn this, and to understand when there's bias in the curriculum. I don't think you'll find much in the way of literature that doesn't have a perspective or a bias of the author. And I don't think saying that we're going to eliminate all bias is even a reasonable thing to accomplish. It's impossible, I think. Okay. Go back to, if you can remember, and I can remember, what you had in your high school courses. Think about the books you had to read. Now ask AI, I've done this on a lot of the literature. Does that book or does that author have a bias? And AI will give you the answer, okay? You're going to have a hard time finding anything that doesn't have a bias. I'm going to give you one book that I found, my favorite book in 4th grade, Freddie the Pig, okay? But there's lots of literature. You're going to eliminate Shakespeare. You're going to eliminate Mark Twain. You're going to eliminate Joseph Conrad. You're going to eliminate Dickens if you try to do this no bias stuff. It's much better for kids to detect bias, to learn to do that. And this is our job as educators to do that.
Thank you. Any other
So-
discussion? Are you, sorry, Dr. Forger, are you finished?
That's why I'm opposed to this.
Thank
All
you.
right.
Any other discussion on this motion?
I would say the lawyers at Strauss Esme would disagree that we're getting rid of Dickens and Shakespeare.
Who
I
are
think,
these
again,
lawyers? What have they studied?
Dr. Forger, please wait.
So again, right, they've been in education. Some of them were superintendents, some of them are teachers. But again, I do think that if you want us to look at it again, we will look at it again. And I think that we can have that discussion and that's not a problem. Like I told Natasha earlier, the same thing. We can have that discussion. If it needs to go back to first read because we made changes, it will go back to first read because we made changes. If we don't make changes, then we don't make changes and we can move forward with the second read. If we table it today, it's fine, but then it's gonna have to go back to first read, whether we make changes or not, right? So if we don't make any changes, we're just delaying ourselves. If we make changes, then it goes back to first read anyway. So again, the board can make their decision. I think we can just vote on it.
Mrs. Akiri?
So my comments are pretty similar to what Tom said. The 2200 regulation uses the word discrimination and bias without definition. The regulation says we do not discriminate on the basis of certain protected categories. Bias and discrimination are two terms that are often used interchangeably, but they have distinct meanings. So now that the regulation as proposed starts with courses of study and instructional materials and programs shall be designated to eliminate discrimination on the bias of any protected categories listed in NJAC 6A 7.1.1A and promote understanding and mutual respect between children. So far, we are so good. We are against discrimination. However, it goes off course and says the superintendent or the designee shall develop a process to address and eliminate any possible bias in the curriculum. So I feel the proposed policy has switched from discrimination to bias, and those are different concepts. Moreover, the regulation establishes a goal that is quite likely unachievable and contrary to the goals of an educational institution. It basically says that authors that have bias in their writings cannot be studied. And I believe Dr. Forager spoke to the AI and the questions. And I basically, after he sent the email, I went and looked up my favorite book, Great Expectations. And it was also came up as a result as it has some bias or discrimination in it. So if it needs a lot of work, then why pass it? Just for namesake? That's
Thank
my take.
Any other discussion?
So I just
Mrs.
want to,
Anna?
I agree. And I think when you don't define something and bias is, it's very subjective. It is my bias might not be the same as yours. So in here, if we do not have a definition or a clear understanding of what that is, in my opinion, we just creating a policy that is nebulous and we know it on day one as we have this conversation. So I would table this if it's the motion.
And Mrs. Stanley.
So again, right, I think my opinion will be when we go to policy committee to discuss this, is that you're messing up curriculum and authors, right? If we have a curriculum written by our educators, right, and they see a bias in it, like, hey, we're only using white authors, right? Then they address that, right? However, they're not saying that they cannot read anything that has a bias in it, right? That's not what the policy says. It says the curriculum. It uses the word curriculum. So again, our educators are looking at our curriculum to see if there's any bias or any discrimination, right? If we're only using one thing, right, and only addressing one area. So again, this is a great discussion we can have in policy committee. I'm just not sure this is the best place to have it. And I think we're messing up what this policy actually means, because this is talking about curriculum. The name of the policy is curriculum. So we're not talking about authors and banning books. This has nothing to do with banning books. It does not ban books. It talks about the curriculum, that if we are educating a diverse group of kids and we are not addressing the biases in our curriculum, that's a problem. That does not mean that we cannot read authors who have biased work. In fact, many of our authors, as you discussed, do have biases, which is like what I said before, is that you have to bring it up then. You show what time period was this done in and why did they have those biases, right? That's what this was all about. So again, great discussion for policy committee tonight. Let's just see if we're going to move forward or not.
So we have a motion on the table.
Can I respond to that?
Yes, Dr. Forager.
The part that's interesting about that, you're saying curriculum can't be biased, but the components of the curriculum could be biased. Not sure how you're going to do that, but notice what's been struck from the policy. It says, in order to eliminate possible bias in the curriculum, staff shall use the following criteria. When instructional material contains stereotypes or discriminatory statements, staff should help students identify the stereotypes or discriminatory statements and discuss with students the consequences of repeated stereotyping and discriminatory statements. In other words, curriculum is the materials and so on, all right? B, if a particular instructional material is highly objectionable, staff should not use it. Such material should be brought to the attention of the building principal so the affirmative action officer can evaluate the objectionable material. Alternatively, the teacher might discuss the questionable material instead of eliminating it, depending on the makeup and material of the class and the purposes of the instruction. Another recommended technique for handling materials that contain biases or stereotypes is to offset it by using unbiased supplementary materials. Those are all fine. That's what we've had for years here. This is the way to do it. You teach kids. We don't suppress materials just because they have a bias.
Okay, thank you. Mrs. Torero.
Do we have any kind of clarity as to why or what Stress SMA's reasoning behind why they were striking that language? Do we know?
Because I think, like Dr. Forger said, right, you don't want to change what we can and cannot bring to a classroom, right? And that does specifically say stuff, but we actually discussed this in committee about having like a plan in place and a procedure. Because when we say procedure, it sounds like you have like things to do. And so we changed some of the language to address that. But you know, the state really has a lot of statutes on discrimination and bias that have had to go through everything. I know history had to go through it maybe 2 years ago. We wrote that curriculum again, right? Science had to do the same thing. And it was, you know, bringing more diversity in thought and in race and ethnicity and background to what's being taught. But yeah, it's it was something that was already discussed and about the procedure, but yeah, I think I would say they crossed it out for that reason. But again, this is new to us. So we don't have this currently regulation. They just changed it to be mandatory. So now it's a mandatory regulation.
So, to just follow up on that, is that something that has to be in place for September? Does it put us in a position where, or is this something that if we kicked it back to the policy committee, we
Like I said,
would?
it doesn't matter if it
Okay.
gets kicked back to whether it passes in first read or not, it will go back to the curriculum committee. It always, right, we always do first read and then second read goes back to the committee anyways, for this exact reason, right? But yeah, either way, whether it passes or not tonight, we will look at it for the following meeting. The only thing that will change is that if we don't pass it tonight and we don't change anything, we could have had it at second, like it could have been ready for second read. If we table it tonight, it won't be ready for second read.
Okay.
That's the only difference.
Right. So my guess is
Mhm.
it will change, or if it doesn't change, it won't pass, so it'll stay the same. I think get the general fee. So, but we do currently, it's a mandatory policy, a regulation, and we do have it in place. So if this doesn't, just the concerns around September and curriculum and all that, we still have a regulation in place.
No, we have a policy in place. This is a new regulation.
No, we have regulation in our inventory. I'm looking at it right now.
It's not new. We have it.
I thought this one was new.
Proposal is to.
Says revised.
Oh, it's revised, yeah.
Proposal is to take out a whole lot of words from the existing regulation
Right.
that's in place.
It's in
To
place.
your point, nothing's gonna stop us because it's here.
All right, we have a voice vote, sorry, not voice votes, roll call vote today, Mr. Secretary, on tabling resolution 2200 under A.
Dr. Forger,
Yes.
Ms. Akiri,
Yes.
Mr. Dillon,
Yes.
Ms. Jolly,
Yes.
Ms. Connor,
Yes.
Ms. Stanley,
No.
Ms. Torero,
Yes.
Ms. Bradford.
No.
Motion passes.
Okay, so we're tabling regulation 2200. Go ahead with now our motion. We had a motion for other resolutions, A through K. First
Doc-
motion by Mrs. Khanna, seconded by Mrs. Akiri.
No,
I
Ms. Jolly.
I think I'll have to,
Sorry.
so based on our
Seconded?
discussion in exec, I make a motion to overturn HIB number 287486, William Woodruff. This was an appeal.
We haven't done the rest of the policies, have we?
Everything is done.
Wait,
No,
The rest,
I thought we just tabled A.
we just tabled A.
Okay, so now we have to deal with,
It's a vote.
I'm sorry, we tabled 2200. Now there's other policies
Correct,
that need to be discussed. Right?
right, but,
Right, but
Mhm.
we're doing all of A through K, so she's
Mhm.
discussing another one at this time.
Oh, okay. Well,
I just
we'd
moved
still
from-
come back to some of the policies. Okay, good.
No, I made a motion because based on Mr. Disler's advice, I asked him for the language. I thought we were doing A to K. C is approve the report of the superintendent. There was an appeal from parents regarding the William Woodruff students. And I'm making a motion to overturn HIB 287486, William Woodruff. May I get a second?
second.
got it.
287486,
WW.
WW, second, yes.
Dipti seconded it.
Oh, okay. Third.
No such thing.
I just invented it.
I think you're out of order, Robert's rules. Sorry, just kidding.
Right. Okay,
We
Mr.
need,
Disler-
need a ruling on the objection.
Maybe second square, Bill, times two.
Oh, yes, I use the exponent. Right, so where are we here?
You can go back.
Sidebar here, how to handle
Got
it, I
it.
think.
Oh,
Right,
okay,
we're
so-
talking parliamentary procedure. So Mrs. Akiri has made a motion to rescind that. So that is going to be added where? Under C?
I think you can add it under C
Okay,
as part of that,
No, that-
like a C1, or you can make it a, what letter is this? Or you can make it a
Overturn or rescind?
K.
I have something.
What's the terminology? I think.
No, this would be overturned. So the board is overturning its prior decision.
okay.
Okay.
So Mrs. Akiri, are you willing to modify your motion to overturn?
I made a motion to overturn.
Yeah.
That
Got
was the motion.
Got it.
I got the word verbiage from Mr. Disler. I used the exact words.
The motion is to overturn a particular HIB.
Yeah.
Okay.
So now we're having discussion, then roll call vote, either yes or no.
So my next vote will be only to determine whether we're gonna update C to add this new line. Okay, which I will abstain from. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
can I talk about some of the policies still?
No, the
No,
motion
not
is on
yet.
the floor.
That's
Let
right,
the
that's
motion-
right.
There's a
Okay.
motion on the
All right.
floor. Okay, Mr. Secretary, roll call vote on motion to overturn.
287486.
Mhm.
Ms. Akiri,
Yes.
Mrs. Connor,
Yes.
Mr. Dillon,
Abstain.
Dr. Forger,
Yes.
Ms. Jolly,
Yes.
Ms. Stanley,
Abstain.
Hmm.
That was part of the discussion. Reason for my
Ms.
abstain.
Guerrero,
No.
Ms. Bradford.
Yes.
Motion passes.
No,
Okay.
you can do it.
Moving on now to other discussion.
Okay.
Administration back.
On 5516 policy, use of electronic communication devices. It's sort of dubious. The policy, I'll just read this. The policy applies to school buses too. So a student could not record another student who is harassing them. Or could a student use a cell phone to record an exciting basketball or volleyball game? And that doesn't seem quite right to me. I'm still going to vote yes, but I just don't like that part of it. Then on 7441 policy, electronic surveillance in school buildings and on school grounds, it says that, quote, under certain circumstances, unquote, content is a student record, but it never explains what those circumstances are. Moreover, I think that a student record is one that a teacher produces based on their own observations. For example, they might give they might observe how the student participates in class or their test scores and things. I don't agree that surveillance records are student records at all. And sometimes I think those records should be available to a parent whose child has been a victim of bullying. So I'm going to vote no on this policy because I think it's mistaken.
Thank
So-
you. Any other discussion?
I have.
Mrs. Akiri?
Yeah,
Oh,
you
I'm
can go
sorry,
ahead.
then Mrs. Khanna?
Yeah, just interesting, the whole electronic communication and recording use of those devices. We have cameras in our schools everywhere,
Yes.
most places, let's say that.
Yeah.
Not the girls' locker room, though.
Right. Let's just say that in the common areas, how does, to your point about, because I was thinking of the whole, bullying and somebody, especially students who might be at the receiving end of it, wanting to prove or make their case, even to their parents, to say, this is what's going on at school. This policy, 5516, it wouldn't help them. It would essentially be not okay to do that. We do have these cameras which may or may not capture everything. It gives me a little bit of pause to think, and these things are used in a lot of places from what I can tell, especially when we look at all of the HIB reports. It just gives me some pause to think that we are essentially saying you can have electronic communication or recording devices for students, but we have these things everywhere in our schools. Just seems a little out of place.
It sounds like rules for thee, but not for me.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. Well said, Tom.
And then I also believe, and this is a question for Mr. Dissler before we vote on this. So under FERPA, if I believe, a couple years ago, there was an instance where a parent requested video footage of their child getting injured on school premises. It was originally denied under FERPA, but then they bought an attorney and then the school had to release them. So if we are passing these policies, did we look into, are we blindly passing these policies, or do they get into, like, let's say a student, like the same scenario that Dipti said, a child is at the receiving end of a bullying incident, has a nose broken or gets knocked into a locker. It's captured on the camera, and the school can use that as part of HIB investigation, the school administration. Now, if the parents want to access it, are we going to say, no, it's a student record now and we will not give it to you?
So I think it's actually the inverse, but let me give an exception. So we don't get to decide what is and isn't a student record. The board, that's not a policy decision, that's a legal decision. So when you brought up FERPA and New Jersey student record law defines what a student record is. Now, the inverse is because something's a student record means that parents typically do get access to a student record. Surveillance is a little tricky, and here's why. So student A gets involved in an incident, say student A falls over a tree stump, and parents want to see that. That's a student record of that student because they were involved. Parent A gets to see that video recording because that's a student record. Now, where it gets tricky is student A and student B get into an altercation. Now you don't have a student record of one student, you have a student record of two students. And that is where FERPA and the student record laws kind of collide, in that the law basically says school districts have several options, and you can go, if you want to look it up, the federal U.S. Department of Education released kind of an FAQ on this. Their guidance is A, the district can describe it to both parents. My experience is parents typically don't love that situation. Or B, what a lot of districts do is you can come in and view it, but you can't get a copy. The reason of why you can't get a copy, I think, is pretty obvious. If student A and B are in an altercation, parent A gets it, they put it on, then can put it on Facebook or other social media apps, and then everyone gets a student record of student B. So if you're asking what the certain circumstances are, in my opinion, that really is just the legal requirement, right? If it's a student record, you may get it, you may not, depending on if multiple students are involved. I should also mention, and this is kind of an important nuance, all because students are on our surveillance camera does not mean that is a student record. They actually there has to be something involved. For example, we pull it for a HIB investigation, something to that effect. Simply students in the background of a video don't make it a student record.
No, but what we are concerned about is in this new language of policy 7411, it says under certain circumstances, content is a student record. But we never explain what those circumstances are. So how are we determining, or are we leaving it to the interpretation of every building if we don't define the circumstances? And say, under certain circumstances, which certain circumstances? A, B, C, D, these, we haven't defined that in this policy.
So if you're asking my personal perspective,
Yeah.
my perspective is a student record is not something you define via policy, you define via the law. I mean, FERPA defines what a student record is.
Yeah, but what circumstances? This policy is ambiguous, so it can be interpreted in any which way. Who's going to determine those circumstances? If the policy committee hasn't defined it, I feel that's not being fair.
Let me ask you this. Okay, so you're saying there's a well-defined answer to under what circumstances it's actually a student record.
So again,
Can we give a reference to where this is?
that's what I was saying. So if you Google it right now,
Yeah.
if anyone has their computer, you can look up the U.S. Department of Education. Should probably have Googled this myself. You could say, again, they have an FAQ on when video footage qualifies as a student record.
So maybe we should reference that in this policy.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking, whether
Yeah.
if you can give us the reference, we'll just put it in right now.
You can
If you do that, if you try to define it, does that box us into that?
Well, that's what he's saying. It's already defined.
It's
And all I'm
defined,
asking
but-
for is just give us the reference.
If you
That's
don't
it.
define
We
it,
don't have
maybe-
to, we don't have to redefine it. We'll just say
No, if you
it's defined here.
If you don't undefine it, then you're under circumstances. Who makes the determination? Is it Dr. Feltry? Is it the assistant superintendent? Is it the building principal? We haven't said anything here.
So the definition is FERPA's definition. The U.S. Department of Education, they've taken FERPA and given, again, it's just so everyone knows what I'm saying, they can search, it's FAQ on photos and videos under FERPA. And
Mhm.
so what they've done is FERPA's, law on the rights of parents have, both to confidentiality and the right to view their child's records. And they have said, videos and photos are a little complicated, specifically surveillance video when multiple students are involved. And so if you're looking for the tie is just simply to FERPA, right?
Okay, so maybe that's what we
But-
need to mention it here.
So-
If you look,
But I'm,
Right, after this first reading, it goes back to the policy committee to be added
And I
before
don't
the
think-
second reading.
I don't think that would be a substantive change if you just simply tie it to the law.
to put the reference.
and that
Let me
was
just
done-
clarify something. here.
Excuse me.
Yeah, go ahead.
So pretty much having your own
Mrs.
policy
Mrs.
committee
Stanley?
right here, right? So you got to let other people speak
Yeah.
at some point, right? Like we have committees for a reason, right? And they spend hours doing things and bringing it to the full board, right? Then we come to here and it's like we want to have that whole committee again. And that gets very frustrating for the administration and for us board members. But again, right, policy is not supposed to be super tight because, right, the law does change, right? And oftentimes you will end up in a situation where you're going against the law if you put it in detail, right? So when we do policy, you do want to make sure that you are giving guidance, but if you make it so tight that you have no wiggle room, you can end up in legal trouble, which is why we hire Strauss Esme, which is attorneys in the educational field, right? So they look at multiple different lawsuits that have actually happened, and then they change the language accordingly. So again, we have to be careful when we try to overstep some of that. But again, I think that we're taking something that is supposed to protect our students, right? Because we don't want families getting student records of someone else's kid. And believe me, there are parents who ask for that stuff. And then also when we talked about 5516, right? You were saying, well, it's not fair that they can't video it, but that's the same thing, right? You can use these videos against somebody, right? And that's what we're trying to do in our building is protect our students when they're in the building, right? We can't protect them when they leave the building, but we can protect them in the building. And that's what these policies are supposed to do. But again, right, this is why we have attorneys who go through the language and make sure that we are not contradicting the law.
Can we bring this
Just
to a roll call
Just to
vote?
put it on the record, the point of having this discussion is to have this exact same discussion as a board, all of us together. The committees have their conversations as they should, as they do, but that doesn't preclude us from having this conversation together as a board.
So
Are we ready for a vote?
I have a question.
Mrs. Terrell?
So, real quick, so I think if there's concerns and you're talking about FERPA and all this stuff, i- can we agree that the policy committee could take it back if there's concerns and actually make that
Whenever anybody
notation?
ever brings a concern, especially when it comes in email, and we don't spend like hours on it, it goes back to the committee. Absolutely. That's what the whole
then
point of
maybe
first
that-
and
if
second
that
read
would-
is.
If that would alleviate your concerns, then maybe we could do that.
Mrs. Jolly, last comment?
I wanted to talk about a different line item.
Oh, okay, yes, fine.
Okay.
Thank you.
I don't know, so.
Yes,
nothing
discussion
on-
continues
yeah,
on A
nothing
through
pending.
A through K minus 2200.
Right, so for item D, the authorized superintendent of schools, I just want to get some clarity, like when we're talking about contracted services, right? So, because there have been times where, like, and I think of Raptor, because it's there, where the board kind of got to see that contract after the fact. Whereas I think that if we had seen it prior to the fact, it probably would have, maybe it would have passed, but with some changes, right? So I'm a little concerned about that component, of contracted services in
Did
item
put
D.
prior notification to the board in the language of it to avoid that.
Mhm.
So if such action is needed prior to the beginning of the school year and prior notification is provided to the board, because I don't want to make any, I don't want a repeat of what happened in the past,
Yeah.
essentially. Protecting myself too.
Thank
So,
you. Are we ready for a roll call
no,
vote?
I just have a clarification.
Yes.
So you will notify the board that you're signing a contract, but how will, if the board is not comfortable with you signing that contract, that will be an OPMA violation, right? Like, let's say you tell us, hey, I'm going to sign this contract in summer for contracted services, and 4 board members or 5 board members have concerns, that's an OPMA violation.
No. that's not
Yeah,
how-
because you are supposed to make all your decisions,
Mrs.
yeah.
Stanley, just wait. To Mr. Gisler?
Is that for me?
So
So There certainly could not be a reply all. There certainly could not be discussions. If an individual board member chooses to email the superintendent directly, they can do so. So that wouldn't be an open violation. If there are board members that individually raise objection, I would certainly think that's then appropriate discussion for a committee.
No, but Mr. Disler, so Dr. Feltry wants to, let's say, sign up a contract similar to Raptor
Mhm.
in summer. She's going to notify the board individually.
No,
Oh.
they'll notify the full board.
She'll notify the full board individually. So the notification is just letting us know that she's going to sign it and we are authorizing her as part of this resolution. She has every authority to sign it. Now, individually, 4 board members respond back to her in one-on-one emails that they're not comfortable. So we have effectively taken a decision as a board and like told her, please don't sign.
Can I,
Yeah.
sorry, just to interrupt that a little bit. Dr. Feltry, I'm reading this to mean this is for employment contracts to individuals, perhaps. It is not to get into a 5-year, contract to go get some software procured. Is that right?
Yes, and I'm hoping that we have an interim BA and a full BA where I won't have to sign any of that.
So-
This
Right,
is
it-
just in the transition.
No, I get that. It's the transition, but we have done this in the past in this meeting last
Yep,
year.
yep.
And
It's
it is-
typical, it's standard, yeah.
It's essentially to tide over the summer and specific individuals. So it's not like I'm going to go and sign up for a long-term contract to get any other kind of service. I just want to be sure that this is the intent and these are the words that I'm reading.
Well, and I'm going to call on AJ to help me out here too, though. But the intent is to sign the contracts that would have already been board approved and then come through, correct? Like if a contract is on here, you're no longer here. It has to be signed for next year.
Special ed, extended school year,
Right.
things of that nature,
Right.
yes.
It's those.
Those
kinds
are,
of
those
things,
are gonna
not-
have to be signed no matter what, because there's IEPs that are concerned and the child's education needs to go forward.
But no professional contracts.
That's my interpretation when I read the
I just want to
words.
clarify.
I don't know if professional contracts are coming in over the summer. This is my first summer, so I would hate to directly, I'd hate to say yes to that and then have something come in and not have a professional service in the fall because I wasn't able to.
What's an example of a contracted service that's not related to special ed?
No, how would we, so
I mean,
that's,
is that what we're talking about, a special ed related services here?
More often times than none, yes.
We're talking about like the copier contract?
Yes.
Okay.
it might,
Example?
yeah, see,
Okay,
there might be $500,000 impact, there might be 40,000, there might be $50, okay? All I'm saying is if it's only employment contract related and it's for summer, I think that is how it was interpreted previously. I'm okay with it. I think Natasha, Dipti, me, our concern is any professional contract. It could be anything. As long as the administration can clarify, it is only employment contracts and it's only for the summer until the new board meets, that's fine. But if it's going to be blanket, it includes professional services, I need clarification.
So I don't know if this is helpful, but one of the examples that I can give you that we were just talking about recently in the technology committee was that the copiers and printers, new contract
I
that's
get
coming
it, I
out.
just need a clarification.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Let her finish.
Mhm.
That contract is attached to next year's budget. So nobody can sign that contract. Like even though that contract is effective for July 1st, AJ can't legally sign that contract because he's not going to be here. So she has to have the ability to be able to sign that contract if she doesn't have somebody in place to be able to sign that for her. Is that correct?
Yes.
That's an example.
Without board approval, this is basically authorizing her to sign professional contracts in summer. There is no board approval. That is what this resolution reads. We are authorizing her to approve, sign any contracts in summer. And I'm asking if it's employment related, just clarify it. If it's professional services, then that needs to be called out.
Can I just say this? So if you read D again.
Mhm.
It's got two separate things. One is the appoint and offer employment contracts to those candidates chosen to fill blah. Blah, blah. Second sentence, it is also recommended that the board authorize Dr. Kim Feltry to enter into contracted services agreements on behalf of the school district, et cetera, et cetera. So it's two separate things. I think get people on board, because we don't want to wait because there's no meeting. I think it makes a lot of sense. I do have a question on the second part, and it is actually two separate things. In an ideal world, would have been better to have two separate resolutions.
Is this something normally we wouldn't have, but because we're going to have a lapse in a BA, this is why this is necessary?
So I can make a motion to separate this resolution into employment. So basically, I make a motion to remove the second part of the resolution, authorizing Dr. Kim Feltry into entering into contracted services agreements on behalf of the school district if such an action is needed prior to the beginning of the school year.
Can I ask another question?
May I get a
Well,
second?
I'll give you a second so we can have a discussion.
So, Dr. Feltry, do you know of other contracts? Because I am concerned about the copier and printer contract, that's why. Do you know of other contracts that are up the beginning of July that we would need to take consideration on, and maybe we can come up with exceptions or something?
I'll have to defer to AJ for that. I don't know what contracts are coming up. So the question was, besides the copier printer contract, do you know of any professional services contracts are coming up that would need my signature?
Can you look in that folder right now that you have in front of you? There's probably some things in there. Some stuff for transportation, that's number one.
We are approving that today, right? Transportation contract? Yeah. So other than, we're saying other than what's, and I thought the copier, so transportation and everything for summer is already on the agenda today.
Right.
So
But she has to still be able to sign it. I think that's the issue.
Well, no,
Right?
anything.
new,
Oh, yes.
anything
It's the
new. that
signature
we-
element of it,
no,
not the approval.
No, once we authorize it, she can sign it.
Yeah, that is not a problem.
But
Once
it
we,
has to be signed July 1st because it's part of the 25-26 budget.
as
That's the
long,
problem.
okay, read the resolution, Debbie. We are talking about what we have authorized versus not authorized.
My understanding it has to do with the fact that a signature for those contracts can't happen until July 1st because of they're part of the new budget. That's my understanding from her.
I don't think so.
So we have a motion and a second to split up D. Mr. Secretary, roll call vote. Mrs. Akiri made the motion and Dr. Forager seconded.
Are you splitting D?
So, okay, so is your intent, let me just ask a question. Is your intent to strike the words dealing with contracted services from D and then to offer another resolution striking the staffing stuff, but putting back contracted services? In other words, basically having a vote on two separate issues here, contracted services.
Basically,
So
I
you're-
made a motion to
you
remove
separate them.
contracted.
No, I'm just trying to understand what might be coming.
So you have a motion to separate the two,
Yes,
correct? Okay, roll call vote.
yeah, strike it out. So I made a motion to strike the contracted services entirely, so we can vote on the employment contracts. Yes, the first part.
Well, you made a motion to separate them first.
My motion was, I made a motion to remove from D the part that says, we also recommend that the board authorize Dr. Kim Feltry to enter into contracted service agreements on behalf of the school district if such action is needed prior to the beginning of 2025-2026 school year and prior notification is removed. That particular sentence has to be struck out.
You want to strike out that and then continue with the Board of Education. Will be asked to confirm these personnel appointments and contracted services agreements
We need to do that, too.
during subsequent scheduled public meetings. Is that correct? You're leaving that one.
No, I think if I may speak. I think the intent is first to get rid of the sentence starting with "it is also recommended," up to "is provided to the board." And then on the next page,
Just strike
and
out the
strike out
contract.
the words "and contracted service agreements."
Removing any mention of contracted services. She's
Yeah.
more than welcome to have higher employment-related contracts or special ed or whatever.
Okay, so we now have D separated, striking out the sentence. It is also recommended that the board authorize Dr. Kim Feltry to enter into contracted services agreements on behalf of the school district as if such action is needed prior to the beginning of the 25-26 school year and prior notification is provided by the board, and taking out "and contracted services" in the next sentence.
Yes.
Okay, so roll call vote.
Ms. Akiri,
Yes.
Dr. Forger,
Yes.
Mr. Dillon,
No.
Ms. Jolly,
No.
Mrs. Connor,
Yes.
Mrs. Stanley,
No.
Ms. Torero,
No.
Mrs. Bradford.
No.
Motion fails.
Okay, moving on to all administration resolutions.
So
A
just
through
one
K.
comment, Gail, sorry,
Yes,
just one
sorry,
comment.
yes.
So, I mean, I voted this down, but I trust the language in here and that it is only if necessary, because I didn't want something to be, missed because we didn't anticipate it. But things like Raptor, no, any legal firms, anything of that nature, is not absolutely necessary before the start of the school year. So I hope that,
But
you know.
by putting it in, you've allowed it.
right, but I'm trusting the superintendent not to do that. So,
So we have now resolutions A through K minus the resolution, regulation 2200. We've had a first and a second, Mrs. Khanna and Mrs. Jolly, roll call vote.
I
Mr.
just have
Secretary.
one the motion to overturn under C, is that now being voted on in total? That's my only question.
All the changes have been made, all four of them.
So when I vote, I have to say C and abstain on the overturnment.
Correct.
Awesome, thank you.
Mrs. Connor,
2200 is already tabled, right?
Yes.
yes, correct.
Okay, so yes to A, B, C, yes to everything except two of them where I'm abstaining. Those are 292391 GL and 293715 CMS.
So you're referencing C, correct?
I'm referencing C,
Give me a second.
abstaining,
Sure, you're going to abstain C, and what number are we referring to?
292391 GL,
292-391.
GL. Second one is 293715 CMS.
And you also have to vote on the overturning 287486 WW. I thought we voted on it, but according to what clarification that Mr. Stanley.
Right,
No, so
Oh,
it will
there.
be under C, like the one of the empty spaces will say motion to overturn, right? It
Yeah.
has to add it to C. Me and Bill, since we abstained, we're just going to abstain again.
Right.
To not.
So I'm a yes on the motion to overturn that one.
Okay, so you were, the other one that you abstaining from is 293715, that's correct?
293715, correct.
715, okay,
That's right. And I'm a yes to the overturn.
okay. So you're yes to everything else.
That is right. I'm yes to everything else, and we've tabled 2200.
Correct. That was in all the other ones.
That's right.
Mrs. Jolly?
so I'm a yes to all, including the overturn.
Ms. Akiri?
I'm a no to policy. I think it's regulation 7441 and policy 7441. And everything on the policies, the remaining of them are yes. On C, I am a no to 2391 GL, 292829 GL.
Hold on. We got first, what's the first one? 293?
So both the GL ones on the first two on the agenda in the table,
There's three of them.
So that's 29.
the first two,
The first two?
yes. And then you come down that column, the CM,
292, just give me a second to write them. Just give me 1 second. 292, 391, 292, 829, and 293, 536. Those first three?
no, 293s,
First two.
that's the first two. And then if you come down that column, the CMS one is a no.
So all three of those are no.
Yeah. And a yes to overturning the 2874.
293, 079. Those are all no. And
Yeah.
what's the last one then?
I was a yes to the one that we are overturning.
Yeah, we already did that one.
Yeah.
So those are all no.
Yeah.
And everything else?
Yes to overturning.
He's asking you about D.
The rest of them are all yes,
is a
yeah,
yes?
yeah. And D is a no. And the remainder of them are a yes.
So D is your only one that's no, and the 7741, the policy and the regulation,
Are
those
a
are
no.
no.
Yeah.
Mr. Dillon,
So I'm yes to all, but I would C, I would only vote on the GL ones. So I guess I'm abstaining from the rest.
Dr. Foriga,
Okay. No on policy 7441 and regulation 7441. On the Hibbs, no on 292391 GL. No on 292829 GL. No on 293079 CMS. Yes on overturning the HIB 287486 WW. No on D. I think I covered everything. Yeah, and yes on those that I haven't said anything about.
yes on everything else.
Yes
correct?
on E. Maybe I should list it E, F, G, H, I, J, K. Yeah.
Ms. Stanley,
I am a yes, except I am abstaining on the motion to overturn under C because I was not part of this discussion.
Ms. Torero,
Yes.
Ms. Bradford,
Yes.
so they have those two. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 9, 2, 3, 9, 1. 1, 2, and 3. It looks like everything passes. It's 1, 2, and 3, so that passes. Everything passes.
Thank you. Moving on to education.
I'm sorry, I
Resolutions-
just have to excuse myself.
Can that
It's
be?
10:54.
Thank you.
Have a good night, everyone.
Education resolutions A through G. All board
I have a
members-
question though. You said the overturning the HIB? Oh, passed. All right. Oh,
Mhm.
all right.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Education resolutions A through G, all board members. Resolutions H through I, Berkeley Heights only. Mrs. Khanna. Thank you for the motion. Second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Mrs. Jolly. Discussion?
I-
Roll call vote.
I just have one question
Oh, yeah, Mrs.
on
Akiri.
approving the acceptance of tuition student, which is, I believe it's H.
Mhm.
Um, So there are two approvals. So we are basically approving them to come for extended school year, which has already started, right? The summer school has already started, or is it going to start?
No, it's going to start.
It's going to
Starts
start.
next, it starts after 4th of July, I believe.
Okay, yeah. And these are both in ABA program in grade 6. So
Correct.
I believe I asked even at the last meeting when so we have a fee structure for actual out of district tuition for elementary school, for middle school, and for GL. What is the fee for this? I have gone back and checked.
Special ed, and it's under April board meeting. And ABA, what is that under? It's either autistic or MD. I believe it's autistic. ABA is autistic. That's
It's in April meeting.
April meeting, and if you look under the tuition
Okay,
fees under the budget, it's autistic, and I think it's like 56,000.
okay, thank you.
Roll call vote.
Mrs. Connor,
Yes, Paul.
Mrs. Jolly,
So yes to all, but I think I have to abstain on the softball coaches. I don't know, because my daughter's on the team.
We're not there
Oh,
yet.
no, where are we? Sorry.
You're jumping. Oh,
Yes to
We're
all.
on education.
Yeah, like,
Ms. Akiri,
Yes to all.
Mr. Dillon,
Yes, for A through G.
Dr. Forager,
Yes to all.
Ms. Stanley, oh. Ms. Torero,
Yes.
Ms. Bradford,
Yes.
motion passes.
Moving on to personnel. Resolutions A through O, all board members, resolutions R through AE, Berkeley Heights only. May I have a motion?
So move.
Thank you, Mrs. Khanna. Second?
I'll second that.
Thank you, Mrs. Jolly. Discussion.
So, just in my preemptive abstain is, I should do that, right? If, I don't know.
so.
You don't think so?
Wouldn't.
Okay.
I don't think.
As long as you don't,
Please, I'm
they say that, you can't, only if you have a personal, this
Yeah.
thing, yeah. If you are unbiased and neutral, then.
Okay, no. It just came to me. I'm like,
Thank you. Roll call vote, Mr. Secretary?
Mrs. Connor,
You said it, not me.
Yes to all.
Ms. Jolly,
yes to all.
Ms. Akiri,
Yes to all, and welcome to our new business administrator.
It's been a long night.
Mr. Dillon,
Yes, for A through O.
Dr. Forager,
Yes to all.
Excuse me. I misread it. Q. A through Q.
Ms. Torero,
Yes, I'm going to abstain on anything that has to do with the track team.
Hmm.
I'm not getting into it.
Ms. Bradford,
Yes to all.
motion passes.
Moving on to business resolutions A through AI, board members, resolutions AJ through AN, Berkeley Heights only. May I have?
Wait. We have the AO that needs to be added on. That was the walk-on for this evening.
Sorry, yes, correct, sorry.
Oh, AO. Yeah.
We
Yeah.
need to do I can't even think right now.
We
And-
make a motion.
Yes. There you go. You have to make a motion to add AO to this section.
Do you want to do that and I'll second it? I thought if it's on the blue paper, it's already added on, AJ. I thought we didn't have to move motions. Okay, fine.
Make a
I'll,
motion.
Not when we had it at that late stage of the game.
okay,
And this
Because we
goes,
had nobody in the office to run everything over.
sorry.
No way.
Yeah.
I make a motion to add item AO, resolution to acknowledge termination option 4 of UCIA PPA agreement.
This is for the solar panels that are here. I think the contract, we're basically choosing the option for for them to remove it and give us our roof as it was.
Give us a nice new roof, yes.
thank you. On the motion, I'm sorry, do we have a second?
Yeah, I seconded it.
Okay, thank you. And who was our first?
Dipti.
Thank you, Mrs. Khanna and Mrs. Curie, thank you. Okay, discussion? Roll call vote?
This is, sorry, is this a motion just to add?
Add, this is
Yeah,
a motion
this is
just to add AO at
Yeah.
the end, correct? Okay, roll
Mrs.
call.
Khanna,
Yes.
Ms. Akiri,
Yes.
Mr. Dillon,
Yes.
Dr. Forager,
Yes.
Mrs. Jolly,
Yes.
Mrs. Stanley, Ms. Torero,
Yes.
Ms. Bradford.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Moving on to now the whole, including now up to AO. And let's see, do we have we did not have a motion yet.
Nope,
Okay,
we did not.
looking for a motion.
So move.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Torero, was
I said so moved.
thank you. And second?
Second.
Thank you, Mrs. Akiri. Discussion? I mean, Mrs. Khanna, sorry.
You all sound the same.
Second, okay. Roll call vote.
Wait,
Oh, sorry.
wait. You gotta,
Yes.
you have to ask,
Oh, yes. this
is there
under
any,
business.
is there any discussion? And
Yeah.
there is some
Dr.
discussion.
Feltry.
The auditor contract. I noticed there is no requirement to deliver it on any particular time. Could we amend it to have a December due date?
I am
So-
meeting with the auditor next week, I believe.
There is a
Discuss
December,
the timeline.
there is a December 5th due date this year.
That's by state law?
Correct.
Oh, really?
Last year it was January 15th.
Okay,
They
so,
changed the date.
okay, so the state law is December 5th. You're saying?
I handed it, I gave it, I took a picture and I sent it over to Dr. Felker.
So can we, because given the only reason we want to amend it, Dr. Feltry, is not to make anybody's life difficult. It's just that, as we discussed, we have had consistent precedent of receiving the audit very late. Multiple circumstances, multiple variations. But the concern here is when our neighboring district receives it, approves it, discusses it in December, we wait for 4 months. So we have tried the regular negotiation, trying to talk route. Can we amend this to say we will receive the contract, and then that way you can, when you talk to them, you can say, this is how the contract was, approved, that we need it, and this is the state law. Can you confirm that you will deliver it to us by December 5th?
Why don't I just
Yeah, make a motion and I'll.
simplify things here? I move to amend the contract to require a December 5th
Delivery.
delivery date.
I'll second it.
Could you tell me what letter that is, Tom?
E.
Thank you.
E.
There's a motion to amend E under business with a date of December 5th.
Actually,
Yeah.
let me change it a little bit.
Okay?
On or before December 5th.
On or before December 5th. Okay? a motion.
Sorry, just so that we are not stuck with the date, because if the state says, oh, make it December 15th,
Yeah.
I don't want the specific date getting in the way. So if this is about, we need to get the audit report by the time that's mandated by the state, can we just make it consistent like that?
What do you want to say?
This is the mandated date for this year.
Yeah.
They might change it tomorrow, you never know.
What if they move it, you mean like move it earlier?
No, but
Or later, like, all I'm saying is, by putting a specific date in
Yeah.
there,
Yeah.
we are stuck with that date. If the goal here is to align with what the state recommendation or
Mm-hmm.
mandatory timeline is, can we just say that instead of putting a date in there?
the problem here, Dipti, is there is a state date. There has been a state date for the last 4 years. We pass it, and when certain policies, so where my concern here is, there is QSAC points, we talk about we're going to get dinged on QSAC if we don't approve this policy, we don't do this, we don't have this in place. Audit is one of the biggest things. I think the two big things that we do is budget and curriculum. And we have had state mandate. I think there was a time that Governor Murphy, I think during pandemic, gave a waiver or extended the date or whatever. I feel if we want to get efficient and we want to change the way we operate, we need to have the audit in December So we can look at what our audited surplus numbers are, what our capital reserve number is, and especially given this is a year that we're thinking of referendum, we need this data in December to be prepared for any budgetary planning. So, and if this year's date is December 5th, that's fine. If you wanted to,
I'm just giving ourselves the flexibility. Instead of choosing a date which may change because it's subject to somebody else's discretion.
okay,
No, I wouldn't change. We say December 5th.
and we get data
know,
to review.
The problem is this, these guys do this for a lot of districts, okay? So maybe the other districts have a specific time. So they're going to be working on the guys that have a hard date, right? It's like if you're taking 5 classes, right, and the teacher says, well, you got to get this stuff in by Friday, you're going to be working on that, right? But if the other teacher says, oh, get it in,
Yeah.
okay, it's just, we're trying to put ourselves in the queue first.
So, would you remind me again, who made the motion and who
I
seconded?
did.
Okay,
And I
I
second.
moved
and then
for
Ms.
December
Curie
5th,
seconded. Okay.
on or before December 5th.
Can
So,
I want to just ask a question, just 'cause
Yeah.
you guys are a little more savvy on this than I am. And so the state is owed the audit by December 5th, you're saying?
I believe that's the new
Okay.
date. I haven't
And
checked it.
when do we typically have our audit ready and done to turn in? Like, are we up on the heels of exactly when that is, or do we have it done in advance? I mean, how far in advance do we have it done? Like,
We approved this after the deadline this year. That's the same thing last year. We just missed the deadline. We don't even get the data until like late March or April.
Thing is, they can ask for an extension from the state, and the state usually gives it to them. Yeah, they can ask for an extension.
so, okay, let's just forget this last time in the, like,
No, last.
what have we historically, like, maybe last year was an act, but like, when do we typically have it done? Do we have any idea? I mean,
February
I'm
or March,
curious.
February or March.
So in,
So we're always filing extensions, is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
sorry, on that point, I guess I don't know when does the auditor submit that to the state? We get as a board, we have seen that report come to us anywhere from February, March, in that time frame.
While New Providence has already looked at their audit report and approved it in December. Because it has to be submitted by January 15th.
I mean, I do think, to your point, if you add a date in there and we need to file an extension,
They file an.
what is that? What are we doing to our administration in terms of getting it done? Do you know what
Not
I'm
to the,
saying? Like,
this is to the contract, this is a professional contract, we're paying him a lot.
That would not be for us, it would be a timeline for them.
It's not for administration, we are,
You have to do it and give it to us. That's the point that you're making, right? That we need a copy of that report by a certain date in December. We don't want to wait till March.
it's like, you know how, I'll give you an analogy. So the press box, we approved $500,000. If we had put in that contract, if we wanted it for this season, I was just talking to Tom, maybe we should took it up. So if we had put in the contract when we approved it maybe 4 months ago or 3 months ago, that we need this by, and like, May, then that is basically, that is the contract. And if they did not deliver it by May, then you have, some clauses in there to ask for something. Because the contract for the press box was, okay, we are approving $500,000 for the press box, no specific date, they can deliver whenever they want, or they can say that it's delayed. And that is what is happening for the past, at least I know the audit in our district has been delayed for the last 3 to 4 years.
so when are we getting the information to the auditors? Is the delay on our side or is it their side?
I don't know. The motion is for this contract, it's,
right, we have the motion to add a date of December 5th, 2025. We have a first, we have a second, we've had discussion, roll call vote.
I just have one question.
Mhm.
I guess I don't see the value in amending or changing the language in the agenda item. Right? The contract is the contract. That's what's going to be kind of the document that drives it all. Right? So I'm missing what adding this date in line or item E will actually.
No, it's not, it's basically
accomplish.
approval of the auditor contract, and the motion
you're
was
gonna-
to amend in the contract, we are going to amend, but we are going to approve E as long as the contract, but for the auditor says they will deliver on or before December 5th. It's for the administration to go and make that change in the contract.
Okay, roll call vote, Mr. Secretary.
Dr. Forger,
Yes.
Ms. Akiri,
Yes.
Mr. Dillon,
No.
Ms. Jolly,
Yes.
Ms. Connor,
Yes.
Ms. Torero,
No.
Ms. Bradford.
No.
Motion fails. I
No.
mean, motion
Passes
passes, I'm sorry.
4-3.
Okay, moving on. Now we have a discussion item from Dr. Feltry under business. Dr. Feltry. No.
So, I wanted to speak, I'm sorry, I wanted to speak to, item AH, because I know there was some, discussion that we had earlier in the day, or throughout the week, as well as it was mentioned in, public comment. And I wanted to clarify some things for the public and the board. That resolution AH on the listing of the referendums, this is approving the architects to be able to submit the applications to the state. It's the very first step, if you will, in the process to get the approval. The state then has to approve the projects, let us know exactly what qualifies for the 34% and how much we're actually, allowed to go out in the future for. The next step then is to then have all of the conversations about what are the questions going to look like, what are the more specifics. These are applications. There are some, it's based on contractor estimates, architectural estimates, not based on what kind of lights are we getting, what type of floor are we getting. It's not that specific and granular at this point. The next step then is a resolution to the board with the actual questions, and that I would recommend that we have an ad hoc referendum committee to actually discuss all of the particulars. I would recommend a community event where we discuss with the public, what we're thinking about. And that's where we talk about what publications we want to put out, what the brochures are going to look like, that sort of thing. This is the very first step in the process in order to get approval. And we're not committing anybody to anything, because if we don't get state approval, we don't move forward. And we as a district and we as a board don't decide anything. The community does that. We just have to decide what the questions are going to be to put out to the community, and they say yes or no. So at this point, all I'm recommending for approval is that we send these 19 applications down to the state and get their feedback, get their approval so that we can move forward. A lot of what we talked about is putting the cart before the horse. We're not quite there yet. We just need to get approval, and we're up against the deadline. We knew this was crunch time in February. We should have started this in October, and we are in crunch time. I mean, I shared as much information as I could to the whole board to be open and transparent and to not expedite the process, but to keep you informed so that when these applications, you have a general sense of what's behind the titles, but there's no specificity to provide at this point because we don't even have the approvals.
When would you recommend, Dr. Feltry, that committee being set up?
After we know what's been approved.
Okay,
Like after
got
we
it.
get the approval back from the state, because
Okay.
then there's, we could establish it ahead of time if we wanted to. Let me take that back. I would suggest reestablish it ahead of time to start the discussions now, so it gives us extra time to engage in these discussions.
Okay. Yes, Mr.
I
Dillon.
think I just have a high-level question that may guide us here. So we're submitting 19 items,
19 applications, yeah.
19 applications, sorry. Even if all 19 are approved, we're not saying there will be 19 items on a referendum.
Right,
Right, we have the right to remove from the list
we do,
when we move forward to bond or referendum, everything.
we do.
This is a bit of an initial alert to the state that we are planning on
Correct.
doing a referendum, and these 19 may be included in it.
Correct.
Okay.
And then them to look at it and analyze it and make sure that it's fiscally responsible and meets all their criteria.
Okay,
Mrs.
so
Ferrero.
just to kind of add on, two things, but just to add on to what Mr. Dillon said, so the order in which choosing question one versus two, that hasn't been set, correct? So in other words. when
There
you
are
give
no
us the
questions
different-
that have been
when you
developed.
Give us the scenarios.
Right,
Okay.
right.
Because there were some concerns I had.
Mm-hmm.
We're not saying things that are put in scenario 3 that would fall under question 2 have to necessarily be there. That can be moved up. Do you follow what I'm saying? Like,
Yes, I
Okay.
do follow what you're saying, and I believe the answer is yes.
okay, so the applications have nothing to do with that. That's. what I got.
The applications are not tied to questions.
Yeah, so what I
So-
would reframe what you said a little bit more is you're going to put forward at the end of this a referendum that's going to include 1 through 19 of these items. So it's not a matter of prioritization. We're not going to we'll prioritize that often and say the ultimate referendum may be 1, 6, 7, 8, 9, 12,
Good.
whatever the case may be,
Okay.
right? But at least you know that which ones are available, right? And I think the other part that, if I correct me if I'm wrong when I do my research, the other part that we'll start to learn is which ones qualify for
Yes.
supplemental funding or not, right?
Yes, yes.
And I think you need that information because I remember the architect saying, why would you pay for it out of reserves if you can get a 40% discount
Right,
or what?
right.
So, and that decision has to come into whether or not it goes or not, right? Because if we're paying full freight, we're probably gonna say, maybe that's not, maybe that shouldn't be included,
Right,
right?
right.
So this is very much just to get us back a lot of information about how can we do the work that I think you're discussing, in my opinion, from what I've
Okay,
read in.
I just
From-
want to make
And
sure
that's my
that
understanding as
maybe,
well.
maybe there were some things that were prioritized that I don't necessarily agree with. So
That's
Right.
coming.
but that's fine. The other thing, and this is just more of a statement, I think we need to remind ourselves that this referendum is about the community having a voice and
Yes.
deciding what they want. So if this is critical to get this done today, I think we owe it to the community and the public to have the opportunity to vote on a referendum. We don't want to miss it.
Mhm.
And I'm hearing if we don't, we're going to miss it.
Right.
Thank you, Dr. Peltry. Any other comments before we go to roll
So-
call vote? Mrs. Zakiri?
I have a basic, I like your reasoning, but what, at reorg, the first one of the resolutions was to approve this particular solutions architect to come up with the referendum projects, give us a, walk us through everything. And we approved I don't remember the number off the top of my head, but it was a huge dollar and figure. So this is a professional services company that we have given, and they gave presentations, did multiple surveys. They knew about this June 30th deadline to submit the projects to the state, correct? This was their date.
It was really May 15th, but yes.
Yeah. So today is June.
Presented that to us, yeah.
Yeah. So this was not a date that we asked them. We didn't ask them. We are not experts, and we hired an expert professional services company to do this. So my basic question is, what are they submitting? And in finance committee, we asked you that. What are we getting for GL, $4.4 million? What does a media center get? So what are the top 5 things? And we couldn't get a clear answer. And then you went back to them and we got something, I think, yesterday. My whole concern is, what are they submitting before? So we are authorizing something. And do they have an idea of clear description of projects? Because I have looked at previously the long range facilities plan, they go to the state, they have a format that they have to submit in. So by you saying this is just a list of all projects that they're going to submit, this is a very high level, and I need a referendum committee. That's all great on, to aspire for, but look at the facts. We are paying them this money from January to June. We don't even have a clear description of, for 4.4 million, you're going to get media center means what? Like, are we going to get like four big large screens? There is going to be photoshopping ability. There is going to be 3D or whatever. I don't know what media centers entail. We don't have that. And you're saying between now and June 30th, they're going to submit these applications and we have to authorize it. So for me, I'm sorry, in principle, it looks like you're asking us to rubber stamp, trust and rubber stamp, and I am more of a trust but verify. So I can't honestly, and the other notion that if we don't approve this now, it's going to delay the referendum. So in March, the debt rolls off. So I've given this analogy before. We all have home mortgages. We all have some sort of loans. Just because your home mortgage is ending next March, nobody just goes and says, okay, my mortgage of $500,000 has ended off, so I'm going to go and take an equivalent amount. And I believe everybody sitting at this table is approving projects to be submitted to the state, which we have not seen clear descriptions of until yesterday. The Finance and Facilities Committee didn't get it. And so what are we authorizing? And then are some of these projects that are there, are they wants or needs? Like I can see ourselves approving everything that's like a parking lot related stuff, a capital project, but everything else I don't see a business case or a rationale for. And we are going to ask the community to be on the hook for paying this. It's not like it's free money. Like debt is rolling off and we're taking more on. And I saw Bill's email, what is the impact to the Mountainside parents or students? We don't have that kind of background. So
So just,
Oh.
sorry, to comment, these applications are not tying us to a dollar amount. It's when we actually, I mean, my understanding, right? So it's really when we, vote for the referendum that.
but why submit? So my question is this, if
So
there are 15 projects,
I think submitting all of them so we have so if the state approves all of them, this is essentially our pool of projects that we can.
and they have a price tag. We have seen the price tag, but the community has not.
Right.
right?
They're estimated, but they're not, they're estimated based on, I guess. what
Have
Dr.
you ever-
Welker said. Yeah.
No, have you ever seen an estimate go down, Natasha? And we are expecting the community to pay
Well,
for
I
it.
don't-
They have not seen the
I
numbers.
think, I don't know if the estimates are going to go down, but when we go look at the detail, right, it's more of how like those get allocated, let's say between,
Fine, it's-
what happened.
It's up to our each personal aptitude. I feel in principle, it's not something that you, me, and the 7 of us are paying. It's basically we are putting this on the community for the next 2 to 3 decades. Like that.
We have not yet. There's no resolution to actually bring any referendum to the community yet. That's the next step once we get approval. We're not committing the community to anything.
Yeah, but by submitting all these, let's say all
No,
these
we're
projects.
not.
No,
By submitting these, we are not committing the
Let
community
me
to
finish my
anything.
question. My question is, by submitting all these projects, they have tentative estimates, which the community has not seen. Let's say all of these projects get approved. Then are you saying that we can remove some of these? Then there will be going to be pushback. Well, the state approved it, so why are we going to remove some of these projects?
I think the state approves the ability to pursue them, right? So it's like a pool. I don't think that, having seen the scenarios, we could do everything, right?
Just go look at how some of the well-run districts have done. I feel and it's not on us that they didn't deliver us this. It's not, we've paid them. There's a professional service and we don't have the data, but it's up to you guys.
Mr. Dillon.
Just, I want to follow up on a question that came there. We're attempting to hit the November election, right?
No, we're attempting to hit March
March, okay.
2026.
So, a delay does delay the possibility of hitting that.
Correct.
Correct. So, there is some connection to when we approve this and then the ability to hit that target, right? So there is a correlation there. I don't disagree with anything you're saying. You're spot on. I think what you're, in my head though, you're commenting on the third or fourth step in the process, and we're at step one. So I'm completely on board with you. When we get there, we can't get there without doing this first.
But what are they submitting? We haven't seen other than clear description.
There's some,
So maybe, see, they can, see, my only question is this. We can approve this now, or we can ask them, this is a like, that is what we do in normal world. We ask them to do what they are being paid for. Give us a clear description.
Yeah.
The community, like I have bumped into 4 seniors who have no kids in our district.
Yeah.
Their assumption from us is that the board together has reviewed it, the finance and facilities has reviewed it, we are all on board with it, and we are submitting the projects. And when I said no, I myself don't have any clarity, and I cannot disclose anything that has not been made public because we are only privy to it. So that was a shocker, and that's not how we should be operating.
Can we just,
Yeah.
maybe Dr. Feltry, can we just clarify what this is and what this is not? And I know you've said it, but can you, I'm trying to, just for everybody's benefit, what are the parameters that we are bound by when we submit this list? And what are we not on the hook for? So if there is an estimate of 4 million for a media center, are we stuck with that price tag? Or is that meant to be a budgetary guideline at this point in time?
So, okay, this is my understanding. So all of these projects have an estimate to them, a budgetary estimate to them that we're giving to the state for their approval. They may or may not approve that actual amount for us. If they go and approve all of it, then it's the guideline that we have. We can't go above, but it's the guideline. But they write these applications, which is, I don't disagree with you either, but there isn't anything quite to give to the public yet. And the full board saw all of the spreadsheets with a little bit more information and multiple scenarios, starting back in May, with a little more information. I lost my train of thought. The guideline, they write the application such that it's generalized, so you can pick your specifics, so that while the 4.4 million may be the estimated cost based on the square footage of a media center, what actually goes in there under that budget is ours to decide.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
It does. And I was looking at my notes from one of the earlier meetings. In terms of timeline, I think there is a requirement to send the state this package by July. Because
By July.
July 1 is like the drop dead. They were
Right.
shooting for
which is
May
like
15th.
Tuesday next week.
Yes.
So my understanding of what we are doing here is we would approve this list. If we were to approve this list, this package will go to the state. They have a few months of a lead time, or their standard operating timeline seems to be running into a few months.
Mhm.
That while that is happening, we
We-
need to get together and have a focused conversation
Yes.
on each of these projects, on what's in, what's out. To your point, double click on the number. Let's understand what went into that estimate.
Mhm.
Nothing stops us from doing that while the state is doing what they need to do. And I think that's where, in my mind, we are prioritizing, we are asking the questions,
Yeah.
how much, why.
Yeah.
And then before it goes into any kind of final question, because the referendum question, it's maybe 1 or 2 questions,
Mhm.
and they're written in whatever way they're written. But there needs to be a lot of work between now and when the questions get written to prioritize the projects, to socialize, publicize, so that people are educated as to what they are going to say yes or no to.
But
Like,
my,
Right.
that's at a super high level, that's the process in my mind.
but Dipti,
But
my
the educating the community comes after we prioritize and identify. Yes,
After,
yes,
after
yes,
we have done that.
yes.
But my question is this. Now, we've looked at the numbers, which is not on the agenda, which public has not. So I'm just going to take the example of the 4.4 million for media centers. Now we have media centers in multiple buildings. So let's assume the 4.4 million gets approved. If we as a board look at them and say, no, I think we should only be spending 2.2, and what does it mean? At that point, there might, the reasoning from the administration and the professional services company is, well, the state approved 4.4. Why do you want to only do 2.2? So every dollar amount that we, like at that point, after the state approves it, if there might be a difference of opinion in everything got, like let's say everything got approved, so there is a, but there's a tax impact that is not going to go away. So I feel like before we submit, we should say only capital projects, or look at the list and say only some of them, not all of them.
Nothing stops us from doing exactly what you said while this is in process with the state, in my opinion. We don't, and like in my mind, we're not signing up for something that has a price tag of 4.4 million.
I-
That is still up to us.
I'd actually say it enables the conversation more importantly. So yeah, you have me up to the, right there, like, yeah, I want to have that. No, it's not, it shouldn't be 4, it should be 2.2 or what, you know.
Like depending on what we are getting, and is it something that we actually need? Like, do we need a locker room?
Yeah.
Do we need lights?
Yeah.
Like, maybe.
Yeah,
not-
no, you're spot on. I just,
Yeah.
in my opinion, we have to approve this to get there. And it's just a
Yeah.
difference of opinion. I understand.
Okay, let's
And
move. Oh,
my-
sorry.
My thought is, it, as with everything, this needs a lot of focus.
Mhm.
We need to find time on our calendars to have a meeting specifically on this topic, specifically double clicking on the projects, the information that
Yeah.
sitting in our mailboxes,
Yeah.
because it requires a conversation. Just reading is like, okay, there are a million questions.
I agree.
Last comment, Dr. Forager.
Oh, all right. So is there any significance in the resolution to the figure March of 2026? Does that have to be there? Does it bind us in any way?
Yes.
But,
Yeah.
no, I mean, it says it's planned for March of 2026. Does it say we must do it in March of 26?
No, it says planned for.
Planned for it, so it doesn't actually bind us to that date. It could be
Well,
later.
When they submit the applications, they're letting the state know we're targeting March
Okay, so,
2026.
in other
It's
words,
planned.
don't dilly-dally too long down there. We need this by March.
Right.
Okay, next
Okay.
question. There are 17 no, I'm sorry, 19 applications, okay? And generally you have educational adequacy or capital renovation. So 2 types of applications
Correct.
per school. Now we have 6 buildings because we have 6 schools. 6 times 2 is 12, but we have
19.
19 applications. So what is the significance of making 19 applications? Why would you do that instead of just 12?
For the potential of a second question, because when we were looking at the various projects, we had money for question 1, which was no net tax increase. And then there were projects that would be for a potential question 2, which would have a tax impact.
But, so you're saying the arrangement of the projects has something to do with how we structure the questions. Are you saying this binds us to 2 questions?
No, it gives us the possibility to have 2 questions.
Could we have 3 questions?
If it falls within these 19 projects, absolutely. You could divide up the questions any way you wanted to.
Okay, so we're not restricted in the number of questions. Okay.
I don't
next
believe
que-
so, no.
Not restricted in the number of questions. Okay, then next thing, is there a cost to review each application?
I have the answer to that. There is a cost to review, I think, the educational projects. That's what he told me. There is, yes, because I believe somebody asked me this question on the fees. There's a review fee for educational adequacy. There are no fees for capital submissions.
Okay, so why wouldn't we just submit one educational adequacy application and pay one fee?
Because then you're tied to that whole thing. This whole dividing up the
Yeah.
projects and picking and choosing,
Yeah.
if it's all in one, it's all in one. There's no like
But I
dividing,
thought you
there's
said
no
you-
splitting it
I
up.
thought you said you could
Yeah,
you
there's
could
no
structure the
flexibility in that.
questions independently of how these applications are.
Based on the projects. So if you only have one application, it's
Yeah.
one project. So if you lump everything into that one thing, you wouldn't be able to divvy it up.
No flexibility.
What?
This gives us the flexibility to have one per school or per building. So if something doesn't go through for GL, but it might have gone through for CMS, you have that ability to split it. Is that right?
I thought there was no connection between how this is structured and how we structure the questions.
No, it's not about the questions.
Yeah.
It's about the projects. You said if you lumped all of them into one,
Yeah.
then
One-
it's one project.
Would I
It's
pay?
not about question, it's
No,
about
I'm
the project.
trying to understand if there's any way to minimize the fees here. Or we, we're breaking it up into 19 things when it looks like you could have 6. So is it
Ones in
could I have 6 educational project applications, 1 per school, pay 6 fees?
I don't know what the.
I
fees
believe
are.
you have to do the educational adequacy ones by school because there are specific
Okay,
specific things they ask for in the educational adequacy about each school, about the
Okay.
square footage, about the number of students, that sort of
Okay.
thing that plays into it.
all right.
Okay.
So,
It's a good question.
but we could still have just 6 educational adequacy things, not more. All right.
The science lab, STEM, technology, and robotics are separate
Yeah. Why do we do that?
because we couldn't fit all of it into a non-tax impact status, if you will. We were looking at making sure we didn't have a tax impact and then potentially asking a question that would have a tax impact. And some of the educational projects put us over.
By
They all
doing-
have a tax impact,
Well,
right?
No, a net tax.
yeah.
What?
If the debt rolls off
Yeah.
and you're adding debt equal to the debt roll off, there's no felt, let's put it that way, felt tax impact.
Are we ready to go to a roll call vote?
So there's some other items.
Yes.
Thank you.
On this one,
Not on the,
On-
I don't have
under
any further
business.
questions
So I
on
just-
this one.
please, if you give me a minute.
Yes.
On each, right? So just people watching this from a mountainside perspective, right? I raised and I sent an email to the board ahead of time. It is my expectation that as this list gets defined and a little bit more detailed based on how I read our send and receive contract, the Mountainside Board of Ed will be brought into this as well. All right, as a consultant, right? And we really need to figure out, for me to get behind this, how will we be charged? How will this all work, right? I know we won't vote because we're not going to be at the polls in March, right? But assuming there'll be some sort of involvement. The other big part of this is we're talking about long-term projects for Governor Livingston. And at the time this vote happens, there will be 15 months left of Mountainside students here in Berkeley Heights. We've got to figure out the long-term agreement there in order for us to actively participate, right? I don't know if my students will be here,
Right.
right, beyond that, right?
Right.
And we've got to figure that out to have a meaningful conversation.
Yeah.
These are long-term goals, right? So
Right.
it doesn't impact, I know, I'll stand behind what I just said. It's a starting point tonight. But those two things equally in terms of us finding the time and prioritizing,
Yep.
I think are also important in order for me to get behind the referendum overall.
But
Okay.
just to clarify, there is no tax impact to Mountainside residents. It's this this debt is rolling off of Berkeley Heights Board of Ed, and it is the Berkeley Heights community and the taxpayers that are on the hook. There is no Mountainside. I think the Mountainside share, like, send, receive, we come up with a number and you send the students to Berkeley Heights. You don't pay anything to these projects, any upgrades to GL? I don't think so. There is, all that comes from the tax dollars collected from Berkeley Heights residents. Nothing from your, yeah.
Must be getting factored into the math for the tuition though. Otherwise, how will it work?
The tuition is that's the New Jersey state. I think I looked into it. It's the basically per cost per student by enrollment. The number might actually go up looking at the enrollment at GL. I'm sorry, but yeah.
Yeah, no, I get that, right?
Yeah.
That would as long as we can verify that, I would tell you that I've heard
Yeah.
conflicting answers both ways,
Okay.
right? So I think that's just part of what we have to get out there, right? I first want to make sure that we have a long-term relationship and we're coming
The
back
second
here,
part of
but-
your question where I think there should be a buy-in is some of the projects that the community of Berkeley Heights votes on might not be a priority because they might not be just GL specific, and that might have an impact on
Well,
Mountainside
I anticipate I'm only voting on the Governor Livingston
project.
applications here.
Okay,
Yeah,
got it.
so.
Okay, Mr. Secretary,
Oh,
roll call vote.
Natasha has
Oh,
some-
I'm sorry, Natasha. Sorry. Other items, yeah.
Non-referendum question. So on item AC, I know we've probably done this before, but just a question. So if there are some bills that are not approved today, right? Does authorizing and approving AC mean that they can be paid anyway in July and August?
And we did not have this resolution last year.
Oh, okay. But meaning that
We don't
like,
normally do this.
right, because
Let's wait for the answer.
okay.
Might defer this to our new BA. No, I'm only kidding. Um,
So the resolution, maybe she does. The
no,
resolution
don't
is,
put her on the spot.
yeah, it's basically, the resolution is
Sorry,
prepare
set up.
and pay July and August bill list / transfers. So I believe previously it used to be pay the, I have not seen this resolution. So the bills list usually gets voted on. In bet,
I'd have to look to see. I honestly
so
didn't
my-
look
our
back
question
at
is, like,
June's.
so
But
can you
to me,
answer
this is closing out this year and starting up next year. And
So
there
if-
will be certain bills that have to be paid over the summer if we want to be ready to start in
So to
September.
Natasha's question, if there are certain check numbers or bills that we have not approved, and
Oh, you mean the ones that you traditionally don't approve
Yes,
at the, okay. I
right.
understand. Right.
Last year, I had people, courtesy, had you guys come in and take a look at them. So
Right, so maybe the scenario, the solution or the compromise here would be, because the bill lists are produced, there's nothing to prevent the administration from sending them to the board, right? And I think this goes to the same argument, like, so if I have but but if you pay them, it's out, again, it's after the fact.
Right.
So there are certain,
And-
once they're paid, I can't take them
We
back.
can get them back, and we do have a meeting in August.
yeah,
So I'm
So
not sure
maybe,
why.
yeah, we
why
need-
August
why
is-
we
yeah.
need this, because then we typically review bills on
you would
July
apply
31st
20%.
in August, so.
I think I'm on the hook for that.
but before
I
the
will not
bills were
miss-
paid last year, we had you come in. Namely, you two came in and looked at them. Correct?
The question here is, why do we need-
Question is, if there's a rejected bill in any time, could it show up in July or August and be paid?
No, August, we don't even need this. I think this resolution should remove August because we have an August meeting. So it's just July, and the question is,
Well-
will the rejected bills be paid because we are approving this.
Right, so I think we didn't have this resolution last year and it worked, whatever we did,
Yeah.
AJ did let us know and bills were, and then we just approved things at the next board meeting. So I'm not sure that we actually have an issue that this resolution seeks to address.
Okay, going on to a roll call vote. Mr. Secretary.
Oh, sorry, before one last question. Um, This is item J, the transportation contract. Is this only with first student or is this the total amount for
Just first,
first student and MUJC?
just first student.
And it only says one route, but that's not the case, right? This should be for, I think they run 10 routes. This is all 10. This can be one for $497,000.
There's 1, 2, 3, I think there's 5 or 7 of them in there, from what I recall.
Okay,
And one of them was rebid like 3 years ago, 4 years ago, and one of them's 95,000.
right, because they're not doing the tiering. That's the only one
Mm.
single, but all the others are, we're just doing a 2% increase from where we were last year.
Correct, because the, what's the word?
That's the CPI?
The
It's more-
CPI.
It's gotta be more than
with the
2%.
CPI for what was budgeted was 5.3 or something like that. And we started low and they took about 2%.
Okay,
Thank you.
Mr.
Can I,
Secretary.
can I ask a clarifying question on something though? For AC with the paying the bills, does that include the payroll? Are we running into,
We already approved the BA to pay the payroll at the reorg. That was part of the, in between the mills, yeah.
I just want to make sure
It was
I
there.
don't need
Yeah,
any staff.
No, when I looked at if we had this, no.
Worried about your paycheck.
No, we are not holding teachers' pays or staff pays, especially
Mr.
in summer.
Secretary.
Dr. Phil.
That's
What?
specific.
Okay,
Yeah.
Mr. Secretary, we're ready.
Go back and look. So,
Mhm.
Ms. Torero,
Yes.
Ms. Khanna,
I'm a yes on everything except C, N, and AC.
Ms. Kiri,
I'm a yes on everything except C, F, N, AC, and AH. And AJ. I think that's about it. Rest of them are all yes.
okay, so that's C as in Christopher, F, N, AC,
Mhm.
AH, and AJ.
Thank you.
Mr. Dillon,
So I'm gonna be a yes for A through AI and AO, with the only comment being on AH. I'd like to vote only on the Governor Livingston related items. And those would be applications 1, 2, 13, and 14. I would abstain from the rest of AH.
Dr. Forrester,
Okay, it'll be no on C, F, N, AC, AN, and yes to the other ones. AN is also a no.
so you're C, you know on C, F, N, AC, AH, and AJ also?
No, I didn't say AH. AH is okay. But
No,
AN is no.
AN?
Yeah.
Okay. Mrs. Jolly,
Yes to all except C, N, and AC.
C, N, and AC. Stanley is absent. Mrs. Bradford.
Yes to all.
Okay, so
Mrs. Terrera? Yes, she was first, yeah.
we have C, F, and N. See here, C, F, N.
C and AC, fail everything else.
Trying to see if N was the other ones. There's 1, 2, and 3, so no, yeah. So C and AC do not pass, and the rest do.
And also doesn't pass.
Yeah.
You had 4 no's for N.
1, 2, 3.
Hmm.
You only have 3 N's.
What do you have?
I have Miss Akiri, I have Dr. Forager, and I have Mrs. Jolly.
And me?
You were an N also?
C, N, and AC.
Oh, not C.
C, N, and AC. Okay.
Yeah, there's nothing called C, N.
Roman numerals.
No, he didn't pick the
C, N,
And AC.
We don't have a C, N. We haven't gotten
Not
that.
A, it's A.
Yeah.
That's probably,
AC, not A and C.
yeah, if it's over
Yeah.
A, then.
No,
So C, AC, and N fail.
right. I'm saying we haven't gotten as many items to reach C, N.
Yeah.
Like,
Moving on to the next item, it is now 10 minutes to midnight. Finance, Resolutions A through D, all board members, may I have a motion?
so move.
Thank you, Mrs. Khanna.
Second.
Thank you, Mrs. Terrero. Discussion? Roll call vote.
Connor,
Just one thing, I think the explanation that we got about the May transfers, regarding the capital transfers or the year-end transfers, that is final, right? Like the numbers that we got in the email as of yesterday or today? Those numbers are final, or will they change?
for me.
So Mrs. Jolly asked you some questions about the May transfers, and there were some numbers that were mentioned in the email, so I can.
So I
pull them
think
up.
the question was, from that one report, it was the available amount currently as of May. Things that, we budgeted plus encumbrances. We had what was available of 1.2 million. And the question I had asked, which Dr. Feltry did answer, was, is that available number going to shift quite a bit, because last year it went up by 1.4 million. So I think that, Dr. Felter, maybe you can answer the question. I mean, I think that it will shift some, which was my understanding as we close out payroll, and there might be some things that become available, but
It might not double up like last year.
Yeah.
it didn't feel like it was going to double up like
Yeah,
last time.
I just want that confirmation like to be documented in the minutes, so.
While I sent the email, I got the information from AJ. So, and I know we went back and forth with a bunch of emails. Is this the ones on the
Board secretary.
board secretary's report?
Mhm.
So the question is whether or not these numbers are going to change drastically?
Right.
Will they double up?
Will they
or-
double up?
And I answered the email. Sent
Okay.
to the board. It stated there. You got your answer, correct?
So which one? I don't see a will
That
they
was
double
number
up?
3.
That was
Question
number
number
3?
3.
Oh, okay, thank you. So right now, all the open purchases have been completed. What's PRPO needs to be examined?
Payroll.
Payroll, purchase order needs to be,
And until after the 6:30 payroll is paid.
right, okay. So, but all open purchases, so then I'm going to speculate that since all the open purchases have been completed, there shouldn't be a drastic change from now until
Yeah.
the end of
And
June.
Lisa's gonna be
Okay.
doing that, so.
All right. So,
Okay, thank you. Roll call vote.
Mrs. Khan,
Yes to all except check number 212340 and
hold on. So 2-1,
212340 and 212438.
Ms. Terrero,
Yes.
Ms. Akiri,
Yes to everything except check 212438, 212340.
Mr. Dillon,
Yes.
Dr. Foriga,
Yes to all except no on checks 212340 and 212438.
Ms. Charlie,
Yes to all except 212340 and 212438.
Bradford.
Yes.
Everything passes except for checks number 212438 and 212340.
Comments from the public on any item at this time? During this portion of the meeting, district residents and staff are invited to address the Board of Education on any item. Board requests that the individual state their name, town of residence, or school of attendance for the record. All comments should be directed to the board president. Depending upon the nature and complexity of the question, it may or may not be answered during the meeting by the administration. If so, the response would occur after this public portion of the meeting has concluded. Although the board may respond to all items raised during the public forum, all public comments will be considered. The board asks that members of the public be courteous and mindful of the rights of other individuals when speaking. Specifically, comments regarding personnel matters are discouraged and cannot be responded to by the board. Students and employees have specific legal rights afforded by the laws of New Jersey. The board bears no responsibility, nor will it be liable for any comments made by the members of the public. Please note that if any member of the public becomes disruptive during the meeting, the board president may terminate the participant's statement. Continued disruptions may result in removal from or adjournment of the meeting. Each speaker's statement will be limited to 3 minutes in duration. We'll take the comments in public first and then online. I see no public comments. Is there anything online? Tim? Okay,
We got to force Pam to ask a question.
please promote.
One guess as to who this is. Hello, everyone. John McGuez, Berkeley Heights. So again, I want to say that I could definitely see the reasoning behind the referendum, but the arguments, I respect the board's decision, but the arguments were vapid. I mean, the March 26th deadline is manufactured. It's meant to rush to an election time period where the full public won't be participating. You know, we know that. I mean, that's why March, and then the felt impact, again, cosmetic. If people feel something is worth it, they'll be willing to pay for it. If this wasn't important, there wouldn't be a vote that was required. And if there's nothing to hide behind the applications, then it would be publicly available. I mean, these are simple things. It's, and so I want to believe you guys. I really do. I mean, I know you don't think that, but I want to believe that like everything's on the up and up, but let's kind of start from the very beginning, right? The surveys, a lot of questions around how that was. You're saying the public's going to have a choice, but they don't. They have a choice out of 19 or however many options was decided by you guys to advance to the state. Now, some of these might be academic because your argument might be that, well, this is what the community would have ended up with anyway. I don't know if that's true. For example, earlier in this meeting, girls' bathrooms weren't on there because I don't know, the quote unquote community didn't want it. But we also had, I don't know, who is the young woman who I don't know her name, but she's a student. She kind of did this whole spiel on the women's locker rooms, right? I think there's a lot missing when we this, and it's this thing that we're famous for, right? It happened with the turf field. Like, we have to do this now, and next time we're really going to hold you accountable. But that never happens, and so we'll see what goes on from here, but it's always next time, and I'm not clear as to what was so difficult about it this time. What was so hard about publishing the information? What terrible catastrophe would have happened if the public, and really it would only be 3 people who would be looking at it, let's be honest, got a chance to see the application? What catastrophe would befall the district? Seriously. Second point on, I know you guys love to hear me, on the video recording. I just want to bring to the board's attention, I think it was 5 years ago, that students recorded a complete security theater event in one of our schools with police officers and rifles and dogs over something that didn't necessitate a lockdown. So students being able to take videos and provide information to the public holds the system that serves them accountable. And I think if schools are willing to or are able to record students and police state them, that students have an equal right to hold the institutions that are supposed to serve them equally accountable. I don't think the cell phone thing is really about preventing students from being on the phone. I think a lot of it, some of it, I think some of it is protecting the bureaucracy. That's it. Have a good night, everybody.
Thank you. No other hands are raised. Moving on now to new business. Mrs. Zakiri.
Yeah. I know it's 12 o'clock, but Dr. Feltry, we have discussed about this multiple times, and I just want to put it on the record. If you could do it in new business. I think it's going to be old business next time, or it can be a presentation. But what I'm looking for is, and this is the second time I'm asking it, there was an initial attempt made last year. It's on collaborative consultative model for special ed. Can we please get factual information on the collaborative consultative model of instruction at Columbia Middle School and Governor Livingston? Can we please get an overview from the special education department on the following? Number one, key differences in having a dedicated special education teacher in integrated classrooms versus collaborative consultative model for each teaching block at Columbia Middle School and Governor Livingston High School. For example, percentage of time spent by a special ed teacher in current collaborative consultative model versus previous model of integrated classrooms. If I'm not mistaken, in Mountainside and in our elementary schools where we have integrated classrooms, we have a dedicated special education teacher 100% of the time. The collaborative consultative model, they are there only 50%, and then I think we have paraprofessionals or whoever. But I would like this confirmed and validated by the special education department. Number two is a pictographic visualization of a slide presentation. There was a presentation made to the special ed parents in 2020 via Zoom, which clearly showed the difference between an integrated special education classroom with two teachers for the entire duration, whereas only 50% for the collaborative consultative model. So this presentation was made in 2020, 2021. The special ed department should have it. I would like to see it shared publicly to confirm this is what is happening. A lot of special ed parents can vouch for it, but publicly I would like that pictographic evidence. What was the initial rationale for switching from integrated special education classrooms to collaborative consultative model of instruction? Previous administrators indicated cost savings. Do we have any actual cost savings since 2021 to 2025? If yes, I would please share the numbers. Does the district have less number of special education teachers currently in Columbia Middle School and Governor Livingston High School compared to 2021 and 2022? How does the all-room access for IEP and 504 students work daily? Do teachers have to give a paper slip and assign the class in Power School for a special ed student to get to an all room for additional help? It's a yes or a no, and what happens? Does the district and special education department track the number of students accessing all rooms? Does the district track the number of students' questions actually answered in all rooms at CMS and GL? Are we running separate resource rooms? I believe they're called IRs, or I don't know what the term is, but at GL to accommodate for educational needs of special education students at GL. Previously, we heard from Mr. Nixon that because Mountainside students don't have this collaborative consultative model, when they come to GL, they have additional needs, and they have a plan to address that. So I just want it confirmed. Also, maybe it could be our district students, but do we run these special resource rooms? And please share documented evidence that collaborative consultative model of instruction addresses and accommodates all modifications for IEP and 504 requirements of special ed students in district. please share documented evidence that collaborative consultative model of instruction works well with the collaborative model of math and science instruction at GL and CMS. So this is basically use of whiteboards, putting them in groups, this collaborative way of instruction and not having a dedicated special ed teacher, are we for sure catering and adhering to all modifications? Thank you.
Can I make one add-on?
Yeah, sure.
Your question or your comment was it works well. I would.
It
ask-
works well, meaning,
Yeah, I would ask that we address, does it work better?
Mm.
Right, we made this change. It's created a lot of stress. It better be better, not well, right? That's all, right?
Yeah.
And I would say, what's the Cape? How are we measuring the success of it?
Mm.
But even there, it could be successful, but I want to, if we're going to go through all this, it better well be better than what we had before.
Thank you. I see no other new business. Any other old business? Nothing? Ms.
so
Curie?
just a question. I know I got the email that the special education staff is on leave. So will we have this for the August meeting, like a,
So I'm going to let Dr. Marr speak to some of this.
Okay.
You were gracious enough to give us this ahead of time, so she has some information
okay,
and the work that she's doing with the Special Services Department.
okay.
So what I can share with a cursory conversation with our special ed department, because they are on leave, the differences in having the dedicated special education teacher, the collaborative consultative model, when it was brought in to expand access for our students at the secondary level. So the elementary, I think should it just be closer?
Yeah.
All right, it's late. My voice isn't quite as caring as it is in the morning. So the conversation, from what I understand, is that we brought on this model to expand access for our secondary students. So what happens in the secondary space in special education when you're looking at resource rooms and replacement classes is that you have some students that go into a general education classroom and get in-class replacement, and you have others that are in a resource room. The collaborative consultative model was brought in to expand access, so there wasn't that segregation of our students who are classified in the district. So what that means is we have more of our students entering into that general education space and being exposed to grade level standards, being exposed to heterogeneous environments than we did before. The pictographic visualization, well, I spoke with them and they are happy to do a presentation for the board and for the public. I think that the data analysis that you're seeking is something that is the summer work, right? So that's what we're looking at. So now that the school year is closed, they're going to look, and I'm going to look with them, we have a meeting next week, at the data and to find out exactly what the gains are, what it looks like. As far as cost savings, there have been positions at CMS and GL that have been cut from the special education department, but there haven't been any actual cost savings thus far because those positions have been necessary at the elementary. So if you're looking at a grid, right, so the positions have moved and shifted rather than being eliminated completely. Regarding the all room access, when students go to the all room, they leave the classroom at the middle school at the direction of a teacher. So most times at CMS, if a student needs to go, the teachers, in the collaborative consultative model, you have the general education teachers and the special education teachers, and they co-plan together. So when they're in that co-planning process, they're looking to see who needs that additional support for pre-teaching or reteaching whatever concepts they're working on. And that's how they determine who goes to the all room at CMS. At GL, it's much more student driven. If a student feels that they need something, then they're going to go to the all room. There is a tracking system that's in place, but I have not personally seen it, and I'm unclear about how much data it provides, if it's providing the data that we're looking for, and if it's something that we want to continue with or that needs to be amped up, right? And then to your question about separate resource rooms, there are separate resource rooms at GL, but to the point about the reason we brought in the collaborative consultative model in the beginning, there are far fewer than there were prior. So there are still times that students per their IEP are in an alternate placement, but it's much fewer than it was in the past. And then regarding the documented evidence, it's the expectation of the special education department and the district as a whole that any teacher, general education or special education certified, is going to be providing the accommodations for students that are sitting in their classroom. Any accommodations or modifications that are in their IEP should be implemented by all staff. But I understand that concern with the model. And one of the things that we're going to be talking about and we're going to be looking at in our summer work is that all room process and making sure that the way that we're using the all rooms are maximizing their efficiency and making sure that we're supporting students in there in the way that they need to be supported.
So if I may, I think last year I met Mr. Mora one-on-one after I spoke to Mr. Nixon. And these concerns were coming just not from me as a parent or a board member. There were other people also raising the same concerns. And we also discussed about this in curriculum committee back in 2022 about tracking data. And then I think Michelle Gardner was head of special ed, special services. So we track how many kids go there, but we don't track how many kids' questions are actually answered when they go there for help. So that's, and like it's in the minutes from 2022. And I asked for data last year and I was told, please give us, it was again in a curriculum committee. And if there is a match between, does collaborative consultative model help with this collaborative way of instruction when we don't have textbooks and, if we're putting them in groups. So it was the same ask and the same answer, give us the time in summer and we will get you data. So last year's summer passed. It's almost a year after. And now we are being asked for another summer. So if I can, you don't have to give me, I would like a date by when we can see the data, because we have enough data from 2021 to 2025 to provide this. Because, and if you look at the amount of millions of dollars we spend in special education, and this is the most needed students in our school. I'm not trying to say the rest of the students don't need it, but if we are basically spending all this money and we are saying, hey, we're trying to give you an equal opportunity uniformly, then the data should be easily available. It should not take, years of data to say, you sold a model, you changed us from decades of teaching, and there are other districts that still have integrated classroom. And the second question that you did not answer was, what is the percentage of time that a special education teacher is there?
Right.
In a collaborative consultative model, what percentage? Out of 55 minutes, is she there 100% of the time? Or
Okay, so I can answer that. So that answer is it depends. So it depends on the student's needs at that time. It depends on the lesson being taught. One of the things about the collaborative consultative model that brings other people to our district to see and work to implement it for themselves. And again, I'm coming at this as I wasn't here last year. Neither of us were here last year. Data is my language. So that's how I make decisions. And so that is something that will be provided.
Okay.
But what it does, and I know we don't like the lawyer, it depends answer, right? But it does. And the flexibility that the model provides to be able to give our students exactly what they need when they need it in a timely manner is what attracts people to this model. And so while I completely understand the concerns that some of the community members have with the model, I'm really interested to dig into the data to see what's happening, because philosophically, it provides flexibility for students, it provides access for students, and it's a model that is looking to be replicated in other places.
I'll wait for the presentation and then I'll say, I have lived through this. My daughter has lived through it. There are multiple parents and they can vouch for it. You can send a survey. Every student in the district, in the middle school and high school, knows that the special ed teacher is only there 50% of the time. It's not, and it depends, because that teacher is shared between two classes, which have general ed and special ed teachers. So the moment a certain time comes, so they leave exactly at that time. And I went to observe it, and you might want to go observe it. But right now is summer, but you can, if you get that pictographic presentation that was shared with the special ed parents, it's very clear on there. I can find that presentation in my email somewhere, but it should, the special ed department should have it.
So anything that I didn't answer in your questions, we have and will be part of our discussions in our summer work.
Okay. So we'll get an update when you say summer, which meeting?
I haven't met with the team yet, so I don't want to provide a date that may not be accessible on their timetable.
Okay.
But we certainly will have a presentation in the fall.
Can we get a date for a date? Like, can you tell us by August?
I meet with them next week, so what I can do is I can make sure to have a date by the middle of July.
Thank you.
Sure.
I have a well, just a comment, because hearing that Mountainside has a different model than Berkeley Heights, how is that impacting the Mountainside kids? And what are we doing as a district to make sure that those kids aren't lost? And I think that's an important thing for us to be looking at also, because
agree.
it might be easier to be consistent, especially if they're gonna stay here. You know, we need to think about those kids.
I think so, absolutely. And that's in our line and like in our agenda items as part of the work as well. Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, I see no old business. May I have a motion to adjourn?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Dillon. Second.
Second.
Thank you, Mrs. Butler.
Fourth, whatever.
Okay, a voice vote?
Yes.
Aye.
12:15.